Ori, not now, my darling. Bam Shiva. Har Har Mahadev. Tom, how are you doing, dear brother? Hope you're well. Howard, hope you're good. Hope you both are thriving and nobody been drinking and driving. I'm sitting here with Agarthan. I'm going to have to send him to sleep any minute. Guys are starting to darken. It's time for me to hearken. Going to get a little bit of my art on. Spread the words like sweet Siddhartan. We've got in the house dear Cosmic Prankster and dear Indie Sage. You guys that are here probably know, I'm pretty sure you know them. But for those that come later and don't know them, Cosmic is he's a channel that's got connection with the Fey realm, and he has had for a number of years. And for as long as I've known him, which is a good few years, 3-4 years, and probably before that, he's been working with the Fey intently. And so yeah, he's been downloading all sorts of information through these beings that he's connected to, like John D without a crystal ball. And he's a super guy. He's grounded, nice balanced perspective. We've also got dear brother Indie Sage, who works with shadow, very much into his shadow work, also hermetics as well as the Tao. And anthropology is one of his loves as well. And Taoism gets jealous every once in a while. She catches him in bed with anthropology. And sometimes he has a threesome. He's in bed with anthropology and the Tao and hermetics. And the neighbors go crazy. So anyway, that's our lowdown for the crew. Please, dear Cosmic, say a few words about yourself, dear brother.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the introduction. So I work with the Fae, and they basically, I think this probably, they might have some insight in this topic. We were talking about interdimensional stuff, because that's kind of where their real expertise is really more. I guess you could say they probably know more about the worlds outside of our world than what goes on inside of our world. Like they have like a kind of an outside, perspective that's sort of looking in, because like in a lot of ways they're still kind of like, a lot of people ask, like, what do you know about all these things? Do you know who did this and which god said that? And they're like, this isn't where we come from. We don't know about this world. And so, but they know about like extra dimensional spaces and how to navigate them and how to understand like higher dimensional space with the whole Zarfexology thing. So I think in a lot of ways that a lot of these elites and the powers that be, some of their manipulation games are pretty elaborate, and they can kind of extrapolate into higher dimensions of thought and perception, and kind of exist at levels and ways you don't even know about. So having that meta perspective has always been really helpful. I know that word has kind of become cringe lately, but it is the apt word. And I guess with that, I'll pass the mic to Indy.
Indy, there's dear brother Indy.
All right, I'm here with you guys. What's happening? So glad to be here on the show today. As Franklin mentioned, I've got my hand in many fires, many pots. So Taoism was my first passion, and I stumbled upon that in the year 2000. And I've been kind of diving deeper and deeper into Taoist wisdom for decades. And I do talks at my spiritual center on ancient philosophical Taoism, and it's something I'm very, very close with. And in Taoism, the thing that really draws me to the Tao is that the idea of the higher power is considered to be a great mystery. And so to me, it kind of allows me to use my eclectic mysticism and integrate it with the Taoist foundation to keep the quest going and keep continuing to ask questions about things, and we can learn more about without necessarily jumping on board with believing in anything in particular that is going to close my doors to new ideas and perspectives and opportunities to learn. So it's been a beautiful journey with Taoism as my foundation. And after going in to get my bachelor's in psychology, I always wondered a lot more, and having learned about Carl Jung, who was more of an anthropological psychologist, seeing the common experience of mankind all throughout different cultures, I wanted to kind of follow in his footsteps. So I've been venturing into anthropology and trying to understand our origins and our past and where we're going.
I don't hear any audio coming out of your end, Franklin. So anyway, what's going on in the chat here? They'll be back.
What happened to Franklin?
I think he had to change his setup because he was talking and I couldn't hear his voice. So maybe he's back now.
All right.
Okay, so the issue was that I've got this mute button on my mic here.
You have another mute. I can hear you now, by the way, so you're good.
Yeah. I accidentally muted my mic. The one thing about this mic is the mute button is like a touch screen button. So if you accidentally move your finger there, and there's a little green light and a red light, but you can't see it from here because if I turn it, you might see it, but I might mess it up if I turn it. So try not to turn it too much.
I can see it.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad, does it? Does it look good or does it look bad? Doesn't look weird, does it? As long as it doesn't look weird for people's eyes, and
They
like,
probably won't even notice it, honestly.
Good. That's what I was looking for. So yeah, India, I don't know. You were busy talking, and it went off. I don't know if that was your system.
Yeah, my system crashed. My power went off. I forgot to plug in my computer last time from my last show, but I'm back in it. So, yeah, I just wanted to quickly mention also Hermeticism has become a big part of my life. And after going through a lot of interesting experiences and preludes to my past lives, I've always felt a strong connection to the Cometian Empire. And so mostly focused on Thoth and the teachings of Hermeticism that really have resonated strongly with me throughout my life. And I've always wanted to pull away from the laws of man that have been pushed on us and learn more about the universal laws. And so I think it's always been something that's been a passion in my heart to understand the way that the universe operates and the principles through which cosmos work through every act of each moment. So I know in the Vedic understanding, it's considered that Shiva is the great transformer and recreates each moment. It destroys each moment and then recreates it. And things are always created anew, spontaneously. So it's been a beautiful journey to explore the mysteries, the great mysteries. And I'm always finding more to uncover. So it'd be great to dive deep today into the topic, and we'll definitely cover some interesting material today with the Shamanic Ancestral War and Interdimensional Shapeshifters and Digital Possession. So buckle up, guys. Here we go.
Big love, everybody, and blessings of peace. We've got Tom Rue, Howard, we've got Gaz, we've got Hollowbone Hawk, we've got Our Tuition I saw in there somewhere. We've got, if I haven't seen Carly, I saw Carly earlier. And if I've missed your name, welcome. And anybody else that's sitting in the chat, just watching, big love, big blessings, enjoy, chill. Don't feel the need to speak. If you want to speak, don't hold back, because this is an open space. Yeah, so what a topic. What a topic. It came to me in a simple idea of the number 60. as always, I never know what the show is going to be about, and I have to sit and wait for the guides to say, "Oi, you." And the number flashed for my eyes, and I did the math, and I was like, "Oh, number 60. Thank you very much. I see what you guys are getting at." And so the number 60 came to me. I started looking at this number carefully. It's obviously a root of Venus, but it's carrying the no number on its back, which is interesting. And as we know, the no number is the plow toe, the toe at the center of the plow. It's a big toe, or is it a pinky toe? I don't know. It's one of the toes, but it toes the whole wheel round and round. And that got me thinking about the harmony as well as the gateway to the mysteries, the arched doorway that leads to the supernatural. And I figured it's time, especially with everything that's been going on, you know, with the scientists disappearing, with Wilcock going wherever Wilcock went, and the shift in the world that we can see at the moment, which is quite an interesting one. I mean, it's always shifting. Let's not pretend it's not always happening. But at the moment, the shift is particularly interesting because it seems like there's this occult movement back to the UFO phenomenon, back to the extra-dimensional and interdimensional beings. And it got me thinking about the internet. It's something that's been coming up. It's been coming up a lot lately. So, the shamanic war. We're talking about not just any war, it's an ancestral war. We've inherited this war. They speak about this war in the Bible, you know, the holy war. The Muslims will tell you about it. They've got writings about jihad. And we're not talking about the modern interpretations of those ancient writings by a certain group of crazies, right? It's a very ancient piece of writing that writes about an ancient war. And these ancient wars go right back to the time of the giants, back to the time of the Nephilim, back to the time of, you know, the Sumerian great wars that were mentioned, Babylon, the Babylonian wars, the times of great destruction where they unleashed powerful weapons, the wars that were discussed in the ancient Celtic mythos, where the two kings warred with each other and they had different technologies, and one held the sword and one held the spear, and that the spear and the sword could destroy entire cities. Obviously, it's not a handheld item, but it's probably got a remote control that you hold in your hand. You know, think of it like it's a big thing. It takes out a whole city. You got a little thing in your hand. You can like activate it, detonate it, target it, right? Probably voice operated. Like you probably say like, okay, here's the coordinates, go do your business. Beep, off it goes. You know, it sounds like a nuke, doesn't it? Or something along the kind of technologies that we could imagine being maybe more powerful than a nuke. So these ancient wars are there, and they seem to be a legacy. From a shamanic perspective, we speak about these ancient wars between the Rakshas and the humans. The Gita outlines this war, but the war is also twofold. It's an internal war that we're fighting right now. The reason I put the shamanic ancestral war in the front of this is because I want us to also lend a bit of momentum towards the idea of time as a not linear structure. The moment we start thinking of time as not linear structure, we start thinking, well, hold on, this is a cyclical event. But it's a cyclical event because it's held within us in the field of consciousness. Hence, it's a cyclical event. So what we are experiencing on the inner planes, on the personal, spiritual inner planes, is what we are experiencing in the phenomenal world as a reflection of that which is above, which is below. So there's quite a lot of fuel here for us to run with. Do you guys have anything you want to sink your teeth into to get the ball rolling? Get the party started.
Yeah, I wanted to mention about how in the Mahabharata they talk about the city of Krishna, Dwarka, being destroyed, and ultimately it was engulfed by the sea. But there's a mention of a Vimana that was flown over his city by King Salva, and he employed weapons that behaved like advanced technology, or sometimes considered to be lightning. and they were said to have contained the power of, I believe, 10,000 suns. And those powers were brought down on this city that was blown out into the sea and destroyed and crushed. And there's a fascinating tale. Now, somehow these Vimana were considered, I think, to be made of stone, and they were flying in the sky. And interestingly, they said that they were powered by the human ego or the human will. And what fascinating times! How could these things, these tales, ring true, and how could this story be accountable? And I feel like there was possibly a time where electricity maybe operated differently, and there was more arcing, and maybe there was like some kind of gravitational levity that was present then, that where things could be lighter and moved more easily, which would really explain how they've achieved these megalithic structures. There could be a lot there to articulate how those things were moved, because to this day we have such a mysterious way of trying to inquire how these things might have been done. There's so much mystery to it all, and it's hard for us to even begin to imagine what might have happened. But I know they're considering that in the ruins of South America, that they are actually made as geopolymers that were fused together from a powder that they would carry, and then fuse them with something that they could get from the lake beds that was rich in minerals. So there's so many mysteries to all this stuff, but it's really quite fascinating to me. And this was considered to just be a legend for a long time, until they recently actually discovered there's this submerged city off the coast of Dwarka in India. So a lot of these things have been kind of popping up, and a lot of it's thanks to Graham Hancock reporting on the archaeological findings that were considered to be fringe and not really allowed in academia. But people are still investigating these and finding more stuff to look into. So it's been quite fascinating. Also, there was a discovery off the coast of Greece in the year 2010 when they found the legendary ore of Atlantis, orichalcum, which we still have no idea how it was made, but we can see that it does have the various alloys that were said to have been contained within it. So there's a lot going on right now in anthropology as well, in paleontological anthropology, where they found these elongated skulls, and then these three-fingered and three-toed, I guess, reptilian beings with like copper infused in their foreheads. Very mysterious mummies that we found in South America. And of course, we have the mummies from Egypt and the legends of mummies in the Grand Canyon discovered by G.E. Kincaid, which is really, really fascinating. But of course, there was also the various mummies in the burial mounds of the mound builders of the Adena and Hopewell tribes, the Mississippian tribes throughout the Americas, that extended from Florida up into Ohio through towards Michigan and New England. And then the Satika that were fabled by the Paiute Indians over in Nevada, live in Lovelock Caves. And they were said to have found gold armor and gold weapons of a time possibly before they had become fallen and started to wear more primitive hides and things in the Lovelock Caves, according to the people that had discovered it. But they definitely had found some sandals that were made, I think, size like 15 or something, definitely for giants. So there's a lot going on in the world that's like really coming into the light that had kind of been pushed away from academia, that's being bona fide by actual verified evidence. And we have things like in Buga, Colombia, the Buga spheres, where they found these 12,000-year-old drones that had been operating somehow, just floating on static electricity, which is a technology we still have not really understood, but we've been able to interpret how it works and what it's not. It doesn't have any propulsion technology. It doesn't have any machine-made parts like we would make today. It was all fused together from alloy into one piece, which is very different than the things we make, where the things are made separately and then combined and fused together. So there's a lot coming to light about this antediluvian breakaway civilization. And I think it has a lot to do with the Ancestral War, the interdimensional shapeshifters, the stories of Telos that were told to us by Lowell Johnson, who was said to have gone there in 2020, suggest that these people are of a higher nature and they're able to be in a higher dimension and can present themselves to us if they want us to see them. But if they don't, they can mask themselves as something that they want to appear as, or completely hide from our ability to see them right amongst us. So I've heard a lot of other people have this similar experience. Freddie Silva, a wonderful author that influenced Dan Brown to write the Da Vinci Code, from his investigation into the historical stories of what happened during times of Christ and the following Knights Templar traditions and ceremonies that were connected to that. So Freddie Silva talks about having stumbled upon the Watchers, who presented themselves to him in a situation where he was in Egypt, and there was a strange, anomalous like power outage, and they appeared to him. The people that were with him weren't able to see them, and so he was a bit confused about the situation. But he's got a really good interview on that. That's called The Watchers with Freddie Silva. And he recently made a great movie called Megalith, where he goes around to megalithic sites to see the Fae during times where the veil thins, and listen to the accounts of people that have been able to interact with them as they appear from another dimension and then vanish back mysteriously. So what really goes on? Who are these interdimensional beings, and where do they come from, and where do they go?
Yeah, I've been thinking about that question, like, because I've been thinking about my whole Zerfax theory that the Fae have been teaching me versus how spirits are typically portrayed in a lot of like stories. The idea is that they come from the sky, but I see that the sky is merely just sort of the edge of the Zerfax that you exist in. So maybe when we think something is coming from the sky like a UFO, it just looks like that from our perspective. But actually, it's like they're penetrating a higher dimensional membrane to enter our reality. That's something I've been sort of thinking about lately in terms of like how they get in here. Like we have this notion that like they come from space or other planets and stuff. But if you really look at like the universe and just how vast it is, like even if you don't believe in the speed of light, you have to admit that you have to take it must take some very powerful device, whether magical or scientific, in order to reach these vast, distances across the universe. So I think it makes more sense maybe to think of them as more as interdimensional beings as opposed to, simply aliens from another planet, because that would then explain like, how they just sort of show up out of nowhere, how they can seemingly just like disappear out of an instant. It's like basically, it's like you think about it from like the flatland perspective of a 3D cube, enters a 2D reality, it's going to look like a square. And I think a lot of what we're seeing with these UFOs might be perhaps something that we can't perceive from our third dimensional perspective. So we assume it's coming from outer space.
I think there's a lot to that. I think the assumptions that people make. Excuse me while I put away those jars. I went to go and put my little Agatha into bed, tucked him in because it's past his bedtime. He's a wild little fella. But I think there's a lot to what you're saying here, Cosmic, Like we live in this linear time. Well, a lot of people, the so-called seantists, who practice their religion of science, they believe that we're in a linear time zone, and that this materialist reality is all we really got. And so we are stuck thinking that these beings must have a physical origin because it's all there is. And so materialism is being pushed to such a high degree that unconsciously, even spiritual people consider materialism as being their religion, even though they have spiritual philosophies. And it's quite an interesting concept when you really start to break that down. And I suppose for me, that's the key. You know, when you speak about the Zerfax, the limit of the Zerfax, it makes me think of, you know, the only system that makes more sense to me based upon actual experiences I've had, the inside out, that we're on the inside of the universe, we're on the inside of the world, and that we're looking into the center, and what we're seeing is a ball of plasma, a massive ball of plasma. And that ball of plasma has got different cosmic gates in it. And all of those little cosmic gates we see are stars, heavenly bodies. And it's all within a sphere. And that we're on the inside of the world, and that it is round, but inside out. The reason I say this is because this makes a lot of sense. Like, you would imagine that there would be a limit to the Zerfax, right? And so if you think of how a toric field works, right? Imagine a toric field for a moment. If you're on the inside of the toric field, you're looking to the out. You're looking out of the toric field. But what are you looking at to see the toric field? It would be a figure of 8, wouldn't it? You'd be looking through a cone, and that cone would reach a point, and that point would then be an expanding cone. And that expanding cone would reach its maximum point, at which point it has translocated you back to the center. And so it's almost like looking at a figure of 8 that touches another figure of 8, that touches another figure of 8, that touches another figure of 8. And when you get to the edge of the circumference of that figure of 8, you've already entered the next figure of 8 towards the center. And so you're constantly moving through a toric field. And if you consider this toric field to be like instrumental and important for physics, then it sort of makes sense that we would be looking into the center of a toric field, but it would be presented as the outside. And I don't think it's physical, but I think that our consciousness makes it appear physical. I think we're talking about energetic resonance here and fields of perspective and perception. And that we then give a concrete idea to the notion of what we're experiencing, and we give it substance, as it were. We imbue the story with its own fiction in order for the story to hold a perceptual value. So yeah, I think like what you're saying can make a lot of sense. That we're looking at the edge of a Zerfax, but the edge of a Zerfax isn't necessarily a linear thing, is it, Cosmic?
It's not necessarily in it. Really, I've really realized that the edge of your Zerfax is really the edge of your peripheral vision. So the way I kind of visualize, instead of me being inside of the sphere, I think of my head as being like sort of like against the wall of the bubble, right? So it's like the back of my head is sort of at the back of the bubble, and I'm sort of like looking sort of like inside the Zerfax. And I realized by looking at it this way, it made me realize that my mind's eye is more behind me than necessarily being inside my head, because you start to realize that in a lot of ways, by focusing on your peripheral vision, it's like you start to understand fourth dimensional space, because outside of that, it's almost like you, by understanding the edges of the Zerfaxes, you then become aware of space outside of that Zerfax. You start to become aware of sort of like, it's kind of hard to explain. It's sort of like you're looking into like a 3-dimensional portal or whatever, but if you kind of like rotated around, you start to realize there's a sphere outside of the sphere. And when it comes to a lot of belief systems, it's all about religions. It's all about putting you to the center of the Zerfax, so you become oblivious to the fact that there are edges to begin with. And I think, like, for example, like with materialism, you know, by sort of taking the mind and consciousness and, you know, sort of allocating it into the head, it essentially kind of internalizes your perspective so that you feel like your consciousness is contingent upon the matter that supposedly spawned it. But I've been thinking lately, like, maybe we should question this narrative of consciousness being within us, being an inward thing, because I feel like when you start to look at it from an outward perspective, you start to see that the mind's eye actually exists outside of your body, not within it. Then I think you can start to extrapolate things. You have a different sort of perspective, and you're not limited to one perspective. See, the problem is with having one truth and having only one particular worldview is that if that worldview gets corrupted somehow, there's no backup plan. There's no safety mechanism. There's no alternate mode of reality you can escape to. And by always having the realization that there's another option, another world, and another perspective, you don't have to buy into the traps. Because I think if we're talking about, you know, malevolent entities in their world and, you know, the false narratives that they teach us, it's not just that the narrative itself is false, but we're taught that we need them, that without this particular false narrative, we would be lost, we would be corrupt, we would be, you know, evil, sinful, stupid. And so there's a sense of like, what's the word, like an attachment to it, where you're a dependency, where they create a dependency upon the relationship. Because I've been thinking about these belief systems that relate to nihilism, and to me, nihilism is essentially kind of like an attack dog or a scary animal religions use to kind of keep people in line. It's like, oh, do you want to believe in religion? You don't want to believe in religion? Well, the only other option is just, you know, meaninglessness and nihilism. And then people are like, no, I don't want to be a nihilist. I'll take their religion. And one of the things that was interesting about the Fae is it's like they gave me a different option where I didn't have to necessarily follow religion or science to understand the world. Like, I realized there's perspectives outside of that. And I know that's the thing about having a meta perspective, because it's like you're not stuck in one particular worldview. You can look at things from different vantage points. And it seems that the powers that be, or whoever you want to call them, they want to limit that as much as possible. Maybe they'll use it in certain circumstances if it's advantageous, but it's almost like by limiting your perception with like fear and making it very simplified, that to me is a real method of control, because oftentimes you're sort of doing it to yourself unwillingly, not even realizing that you've been programmed. And in a lot of ways, we have to think about, like, from this Zarfex perspective, that when somebody gives you an understanding of reality, right? They tell you one way or another way, then essentially, if you believe in it, it becomes true. So if you believe something and it's not true, it's going to manifest anyway, and with negative consequences. So it's almost like you got to be careful for what you wish for, because you just might get it. And because I've realized that, you know, the deception game is a little bit more is more tricky than just subliminals and, you know, stuff like that. But it's also that they can generate synchronicities. They can, you know, do miracles in, you know, quotation marks or whatever. So it's always kind of learning to be sort of one step ahead and sort of like playing that 5D chess game, you know?
You mentioned the 5D chess game. I was looking at a house. It's a crazy house by the beach. I got to move. And it's really well priced. It's really well priced. It's 1.5 acres. Is it acres? Hectares? Yeah, 1.5 acres. It's quite big. Piece of property that I can use to do such cool stuff. And I want to start doing projects with local community and, you know, farming and growing food. And this is what's in my mind. And that would be perfect for me. And so, and the rental price of the property is reasonably decent compared to everything else around. And they've got a giant chess set. Cosmic, you'd love it, man. You know those big rock chess sets, like stone pieces, that you got to literally pick them up and walk them around. They're like as big as massive, big chess pieces. So you talk about this chess, and it makes me think about that. And I think, as the metaphor goes, 3D chess, 5D chess, 7D chess. I think that's a very interesting analogy, because we're talking about the 64 grid, right? And the 64 grid, for those of you that don't know Nassim Haramein, shout out Nassim Haramein. Go look at his old content. I don't know about his new content. Sorry if my mouth is wrapping itself around this mint. It was the mint wrapping itself up around my mouth. But I do think that there's definitely a lot to consider when it comes to the consciousness being inside. I think there's a deliberate psyop. There's a deliberate psyop that's happening with regards to this, where they want us to believe that the thoughts are on the inside, because the only thing that is actually on the inside is density of substance. And the less dense its substance gets, the further out it is. Think about it. Contraction of Saturn and time into a point of density. And around that point, matter. So what's outside of that matter field is the thought continuum, the consciousness field that's compressing into that epicenter in order to produce matter. Hence, you've got the aura around your body. Hence, you've got an electromagnetic field around your body, right? Where we can see colors. When you see someone's true colors shining through, I can see your true colors. When you're looking at people's true colors, you're literally seeing the colors around their body, right? And they can't lie to you. Once you learn to read someone's colors, they can't lie to you easily. I mean, they can lie to you, but you'll know like something's off. Your color doesn't match your words. And that's where the saying comes, seeing someone's true colors. So what does that mean? The thoughts and the emotions carried outside the body, and it's then funneled into the body. So I think there's a lot to this. When we think of like somebody compared a toric field, it was you, Cosmic, wasn't it? A toric field to a tesseract.
A toric field is to a tesseract. Oh, wait, no, a tesseract is to a cube what a toroidal field is to a sphere. Because I was thinking about it, maybe a toroidal sphere is just a sphere spinning in a higher dimension.
I think that's what a sphere is, though. I think a sphere is what you see when you're inside a toroidal field. You're seeing the outsides of a sphere, right? Does that make sense? Because whichever way you look from, you'll be looking and you'll see a sphere. And where that sphere contracts to a point, but that'll be where it's going into the next toroidal field, which will be the polarity of this field. And it will be cycling through and through. And each cycle might be a parallel cycle. You won't be coming back to the exact same toroidal this side. You were going in, out, in, out, in, out. It's like a Humpty Pumpty, it's the girlfriend and the boyfriend. You know, it's like making love. The universe is an experience of consciousness making love. So our thoughts and our feelings are coming in and going out. And this is what vibration is. Think about what vibration is. It's something knocking against something and then going away, and then coming back and going away and coming back. And each time it comes back, it produces a collision. And then it goes away and it comes back. Where's it going to? Right? And where's it coming from? And that's the toroidal field. And so these oscillations of the toroidal field, which is what we experience, is the fundamental vibration of the universe. And so it gives us an insight into like considering space-time when we think of it from this perspective, because space-time then isn't linear because it's coming from this frequency of a toroidal sphere, right? And so each moment is its own creation. And then it uncreates and creates and uncreates and creates and uncreates. And each time it comes back, each time it creates, it's slightly different to what it was before. But it's creating and uncreating at such a high speed that it seems to us to be continuous. However, we still acknowledge that there are moments. Moments? What's a moment? Well, a moment is a snapshot. A snapshot of what? It's one frame, right? A single frame. That single frame that you've remembered is a moment of coming and going. And so, you know, what is time then if we're going to look at it from this perspective? Is time this oscillating field? And if so, it's each time that it arrives slightly different to what it was before. So time is then the changes applied to each incoming pulse. So the universe is like a big beating heart, right? It beats, and each pulse is changing the shape of the universe in a very minuscule way. And I think the frequency is pretty high, huh? I mean, what is the frequency of DNA? Is that the highest frequency that there is? Is there any frequency in the universe higher than 10 terahertz found anywhere in nature or cosmically? Cosmic.
Seems like 528 hertz is used to heal DNA, but 432 can also be used to heal it. But it operates at several thousand hertz itself. Apparently, kilohertz.
Wow. Okay. So what are they saying here? Let's share this with the people. Let the people have a little bit of a look-see-booksy at what we got in the booksy-wooksy. I was doing some kind of a rap today on a group where somebody was talking about religion, and I started getting just a little bit cute. Not a lot cute, just slightly cute. And is it sharing naturally? Yeah, there it is. Good. So let's take a look, ladies and gentlemen. So, yes, frequencies far higher than 10 terahertz are common throughout the universe, forming the vast majority of the electromagnetic spectrum above the infrared range. So we're talking about 13 zeros, right? So that means 1 with 13 zeros, that's a number. And there's frequencies far higher than that where something comes into existence and goes out of existence that many times in a second. Just give us an idea of the scale. So gamma rays exceed 10 terahertz. Let's change that. What is the highest cosmic frequency in the universe? That's an interesting concept. Probably gamma rays. Wow. So 10 to the 34. Why? Where we come across this number 10 to the 34? 10 to the 34. 34 zeros is a fairly big number. The oh my God particle, the highest energy cosmic ray ever observed, was detected in 1991 with an energy of approximately 3.2 times 10 to the 20 electrical volts. Now, this is a very interesting concept, right? What we were talking about earlier, and I think it was you, Indy, if you're about. I don't know if you've gone off. Let me know if you're about. Where the stories of the Vimanas being powered by human thought. What is the true potency and potential of human thought? Right? Like, we think of thought once it's been conducted through the brain. But what about thought outside of the universe? Outside of space, time as we know it, physicality, to be specific, because I'm using words very badly here. Forgive me. I shall be more conscientious. What do you think, Cosmic, are like the frequencies of thought? Do you think the thought frequencies would possibly be higher than any frequencies that we are experiencing here in physicality?
I feel what you think about, so the way I look at like thought, as I always kind of compare it to feelings, as sort of feelings being kind of the feminine counterpart to thought. And so I would think that if we're going to look at, light as being a kind of frequency, then I feel like it has to impregnate matter in a sort of a complementary frequency, right? So the way I've been kind of thinking about the whole understanding of like, souls and soul creation, it's kind of like a masculine and feminine thing. So if you're a masculine soul in your feminine soul, it's like they manifest into the body in slightly different ways, just depending upon that certain concept. And it's interesting, that number, that 10 to the 34, that's basically almost a third of a Google, which is 100 zeros, right? I don't know. And when it comes to certain thoughts, it's all about understanding thought space. And you realize that that different thoughts exist in there are different mental spaces. Like English is a mental space, mathematics is a mental space, Sanskrit is a mental space, certain philosophies. It's like, and by understanding the space in which certain thoughts, can exist in certain frequency, that's using that knowledge, you can start to get into thought sort of nexuses or thought areas that haven't been explored before, haven't even been touched. If you just kind of go deeper out into the astral, into what I call the wild astral. So this is something I've been thinking about lately, Bush Whisper. I don't know if you guys agree with it or not, but I feel like from the Zarfek's perspective, like for an astral, like spiritual perspective, there's like kind of like human consciousness, and the human collective is almost kind of like a civilization. We form these dream worlds of like, Christianity and Hinduism. They all kind of exist in our collective dream space. But what I'm saying is that if you kind of go further out into that dream space, you kind of get into sort of the equivalent of international waters. There's no real myths, or it's just pure wild, alien beings and creatures and flora and fauna that exist out there. And I realize that when you're using these weird Fey languages that I've been taught, you're learning to tap into a mind space that is outside of the human collective, right? And by doing that, and as for thoughts, I'm not really sure if they necessarily if they are physical in the way that we think they are. It might be kind of like, I don't know. It's something I have to kind of look through my notes again and figure out.
Yeah, I don't believe that there are what we would call physical, but I believe that what we call physical are emanations of thought, and that emotions are part of thought. emotion is a part of thought, passion is a part of thought. These are all different frequencies. I think it's like a very broad spectrum of frequency. But the point that I make, though, is what kind of energy is contained within the frequency in the field of thought. For example, how much electrical volts is there in one human cell? How much full electrical potential in one human cell? So there's 70 millivolts. No. Okay. In one atom. Because cells are made out of atoms, right? The positive charge. Okay. While atoms are composed of incredibly strong fields, you've got to really play with strength of electrical potential in what? This is bad grammar, but anyway, I'm sure the AI doesn't really care. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Sorry that this takes so long, people, but we're dealing with AI. Please understand. This disease that they call AI has been invented to dumb us down. Namaste, quiet conqueror. I hope you've come to conquer quietly, but you can make a noise while you conquer. It's okay. Conquering is always fun, and conquering quietly is fun too. We used to play with conkers when we were kids, but they make a lot of noise when they land on the roof. Okay, so basically, this is what they're going to tell us now, right? They're going to tell us, and I just want us to be clear. So they tell us that 70 millivolts is the electricity in a cell, right? But near the nucleus of an atom, there's 10 to the 11 to 10 to the 21 volts per meter, right? That is a lot. That is a lot of zeros, right? The strength is concentrated at the center, holding electrons in orbit, so that the potential energy to hold atoms together is incredibly vast. Now, within your body, there are how many trillions of atoms in the body? Of atoms in the human body, because molecules are made out of atoms, right? They're probably going to say none. They're probably going to say that human body's made out of molecule, and then we'll have to go and figure out that, okay, 70 trillion, 70 octillion atoms. They made a cool word, dude. Octillion. I didn't even know there was such a word. What do you guys think? So 70 octillion. So that's 70,000 trillion. 70,000 trillion atoms. And each atom has an incredibly potent potential of energy just used to maintain that field. Big love. Namaste, the star. I hope you're good. Welcome. So imagine all the molecules in the body are made out of these atoms, and each atom has that potential charge within it. We don't know how much the charge is, but if one atom has the potential even of just 100 volts, But we're talking about what's a true number we're talking about here? We are talking about 10 to the 11 to 10 to the 21 volts per meter, right? And okay, per meter, you're going to make that much smaller, but we've got 21 zeros to play with. It's a lot of zeros, right? That's a lot of exponentialized scale of energy. So 10 to the 15 volts is what? 9 is a trillion. No, 9 is a billion, 12 is a trillion. So we've got anything from a trillion to a billion trillion volts per meter in an atom. And when you scale that meter down to its atomic scale, you're still going to have a lot of potential volts. And those volts are obviously locked up in a process of maintaining that atom. This is why the idea behind nuclear fusion has got so much potential of energy, right? So imagine then, let's just say that you break down all those numbers and you've only got 1 volt per atom potential. But that's not really what you're going to find. You're going to find like probably a million volts or a billion volts. But let's just say it's 1 volt. Then you've got 80,000 trillion volts in the human body potential, just within the human body of the cells. Now, what is the organizing factor? What is the organizing factor that organizes all of that information? Well, from our occult lore and our occult knowledge, we would be talking about consciousness. Consciousness field is organizing itself to become matter. And this is if you go with the idea of animism and panpsychism, that the universe is essentially being emitted through a field of consciousness, and that all things are essentially of consciousness and contained within consciousness. Rather than saying it has consciousness, I'm going to say it is contained within consciousness, because consciousness is bigger than matter. So the matter is like a tiny little drop in an ocean of consciousness. Now imagine the energy of that consciousness to become the matter. How much energy is in that field of consciousness? That means that thought might be containing more energy than what we think. We might think that there's a lot of energy in one atom, but that one atom is just a fraction of the energy of thought necessary to make that atom come into being. So if your thoughts can change physical matter, think about this for a moment, and I really want you to consider this carefully. If you can manipulate your body to levitate, hypothetically, right? Let's say you can levitate your body. We are talking about all these. What was the number? I just got to, just to be clear, right? We're talking about 70,000 trillion, 70 octillion atoms. 7,000 to 70,000 trillion times, right? Multiplied by 10 to the 11 to 10 to the 21. Let's take it as an average of 10 to the 16. Okay? Let's take it as an average, 10 to the 16. So we've got the last number of 7 to 70,000 trillion. Let's say it's 30,000. Keep it like 35,000. Go somewhere in between. Actually, 40,000 probably more like the mean. So let's say it's 40,000 trillion multiplied by, so let's show you here. There. 40,000 trillion multiplied by, let's say here, 15 to the 10 to the power of 15 volts per meter. How much energy is there in the human body? Just it's an incredible thing to imagine the potentials of nucleic forces necessary to manifest just this one body. Now, the consciousness that is manifesting this body is using a portion of its potential for this to come into being. And it's using other portions of its potential for the astral being, the astral field to exist, and a portion for, well, I would say the astral field and the etheric fields are actually here. So those portions are not separate, but part of this aggregate. But it's an incredibly large amount of energy. And what does that say about thought? Now let's take a moment and think about somebody that's levitating their bodies. They are going to disturb this 7,000 trillion. Let's try. Let's 7 octatrillion. Okay, let's do another thing. I wonder if Google can do this multiplied by 10 and then 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Let's see what we get. Okay. So now we're talking about vigintillion. And we're talking 10 to the 50. 10 to the 50. So consciousness thought must be able to have that much electrical potential. We're talking about volts. I just want to be clear here. We're talking about volts, electrical volts, with these huge, impossible numbers. That's the scale of energy per meter on a nucleus level of all of the full complement within the human body. So that's scaled. So let's just say it's a fraction of that. Let's say instead of being 10 with 50 zeros, let's say it's just 10 with 10 zeros. Let's say it's just 10 with 5 zeros. You see where I'm coming from? That's still an incredibly large amount of electrical potential that needs to be disturbed in order to shift what we call gravity. And that's coming from the mind. So what is the energetic potential of the mind? I don't know, Cosmic, are you following me? And this is making sense to you? Cosmic's in Sandwich Land. He must be in Sandwich Land. Oh, you're back. Did you follow what I said?
I think I missed some of it. Sorry. I got most of it, but we talked about the cells and all that stuff. Give me a little recap, maybe.
I think you're muted.
Yeah.
Thank you. So basically what we did was we took the numbers here and we multiplied this, right? And these are volts per meter. Of 10 to the 11 to 10 to the 21, we took an average. And we multiply that by this, the 70 octatrillion, which is how many cells there are in the body, right? And we ended up with this ridiculous number. 10 to the 50. It's 50 zeros. I mean, it's just like these are numbers you can't imagine them. Just the 50 zeros is ridiculous. And then I said, well, let's say 10 to the 50 per meter. Let's say the human body contains a very small fraction of that, a tiny fraction of that, even just 10 zeros instead of 50 zeros. The exponential difference between 10 zeros and 50 zeros is like a drop versus an ocean, right? Like if you just take one drop out of the ocean, of an entire ocean, you're talking about the scale of numbers of 10 zeros versus 50 zeros. This is how big the the vastness of exponential energetic scale we're talking about. So if we take that small little 10 zeros, or say even just make it minuscule, take exponentially one drop out of a swimming pool, right? So we take a drop out of an ocean, and then we take the relation of a drop out of a swimming pool out of that drop. So we've got like a micro drop, and we've got just a number with 5 zeros. And that's 5 zeros volts of potential energy in the human body. But that's not what we have. We have exponentially more, but let's just say it's that. If you can levitate your body, you need your consciousness to overcome all of that electrical potential, right? So how much electrical potential is there in thought? If it can change matter, it can change all of those electrical potentials. There must be a significant amount of electrical potential available in thought. And what you were talking about, Indy, powering these crafts using mental energy, I don't think it's impossible. I mean, what do you guys think?
Well, I'm also thinking about it from the perspective of gravity and well, because I'm thinking to myself, if your theory is true, then levitating should be easier to do without gravity than with gravity. So gravity, there's another force or variable that you have to contend with in order to actually levitate. Because you think about it, for an electrical, it's not just that we're having an electrical current that's bringing your body upward, but also that there's an active current pushing us downward. So in order to levitate, there would also have to be some level of manipulation of gravity, or understanding our frequency in relation to the gravitation of the earth and how those two frequencies correspond to each other. So there's obviously a symbiotic relationship there. So I think if we want to but as for the power of thought, this is exactly what I've been thinking about with universes. I think that I don't know, if it's true or not, but it definitely seems possible on a certain level. But I think you also have to consider that, if we really look at atoms and particles as being conscious, then there's, probably some particles are more conscious than others. Some have different interactions with, spirits and so forth. So it's not totally this exact science, but I think in a lot of ways, it's there's more to it. If you want to get this to work, it certainly seems like it's one of the steps needed. It's one of the steps required, but we would also have to do something with the gravity of the earth, and there had to be some force that overcomes that gravitational inertia, right? Maybe that gravitation involves a kind of a different kind of frequency that's sort of different from Earth. I'm thinking when you take a magnet, when you take two magnets, they stick together, but if you put the North Pole up to the other North Pole, they bounce off each other and you can't get them to stick. So maybe it's also kind of like that.
Yeah, man, that's interesting. And then what they say about gravity is they say minus 4.37 times 10 to the 9 joules. That's the absolute potential relative to Earth's center, or the distance from infinity. The value is approximately that many joules of energy that needs to be overcome. Isn't it interesting when you start to really look at this stuff? And levitation is not something that's that uncommon, right? It's something that happened frequently. Maybe in this day and age, it's less frequent than what it seems was in the past, which makes sense because there were the witch burnings, right? And the witch burnings were an opportunity to for the Catholics to get rid of all of the people with spiritual abilities, right? That's what it was. Let's call it what it was. It was open season on anybody with supernatural powers. They would all be condemned, harmed, and that was it. Tortured, families tortured. They didn't, isn't it interesting? You notice that what happened, what did the church do? If you were condemned, normally your whole family would be condemned, right? Am I right or wrong? Cosmic, have you come across this?
I actually don't know enough about this to to say. I'm actually not sure. I haven't looked into that particular part of history, that specific instance. So I don't know. Maybe it seems plausible that they did.
Well, it would often be thought that the family was now carrying a curse. And if the family wasn't immediately done, they might be soon. But the property would be taken by the church, right? They'd become beggars in the streets, and possibly, many of them would often have been put to because it would be said, well, if a husband was considered to be doing black magic and his wife was with him, then, the children were like possessed. And so the church was pretty cruel when it came to these things. So it's just interesting to consider how in the West it's not so common. But there were a lot of reports. There were even saints in the Catholic Church that used to levitate. There was one saint with these crazy reports that used to often get caught stuck in trees crying and yelling for people to help get him out of the tree, because he would get into a trance and accidentally start floating up into the air, and he would get scared and he would hold on to the tree because he's floating away. He'd be yelling like, get me out of the tree, help, help, help. Can you imagine? And so there literally are these reports of which you wouldn't make this up, right? Because
I could see the motivation for somebody making something like this up. Just not even like in a deceptive way, just like, because I see it in our world. People do this all the time. People make up stories about stuff. So I think, well, why wouldn't they do it back then too? Just in that simple logic. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I can't necessarily verify whether these reports are true or not. I kind of lean on them not being true. But it's interesting in another way. Like, to kind of like change the topic a little bit about deception, I've been thinking about like strategies in order to deal with like deceptive belief systems and how to like deprogram yourself, right? And I've realized lately that it actually, by saying that they're trying to prove them wrong, is actually the wrong approach. And let me explain to you why. So like, if you're dealing with a problematic person on the internet, and you're having some kind of like debate or argument, right? And it just kind of keeps going on forever. You never really gain any actual traction. The person is always just kind of hardlined in their position. And then you just kind of leave that interaction sort of exhausted and confused and like unsure of yourself. And I think that a lot of ways, some of these like perspectives like materialism are kind of like that if you engage in it and you try to debunk it, you're always going to be in this war. But the Fae, instead of like saying like, okay, instead of trying to destroy the false belief system, simply step outside of it. So the idea is that by giving the devil its due and giving itself its a Zerfax, right? You put in what they call a Zurfax, which is essentially kind of like it's a universe that you basically created from your own subjective, conscious sort of thought that people, like an egregore, sort of, if you will, but sort of literally manifested as a reality. And if you look at it like that, you don't have to, sling yourself in the mud in these endless and pointless debates and, arguments. You're just like, okay. And so my perspective is, instead of saying, okay, materialism is false, it's like, okay, you're true within your own specific subsection of the Zarfexological universe, your own little bubble. It exists there, but it does not represent the truth that exists outside of it. And by sort of like giving these systems their kind of their due and just sort of letting them have, and I think it also helps to kind of like discern them. Like, okay, this is the materialist dimension. This is the Christian dimension. This is the polytheist dimension. This is the chaos magic dimension. And by sort of separating them, you can go like, oh, I can step back and forth and go in between these different, dimensional planes, because I realized that by debating them, you can't win, because really a belief system, I don't know if it's necessarily the words that are printed on the paper of that belief system. So for example, like people say that, Christianity is the Bible, or Hinduism is the Bhagavad Gita, or one of the other, Eastern texts from that area. And I think that when it comes to belief systems, the reason that they're so difficult to deal with is because they aren't just those beliefs on paper. It's that people with their consciousness and their intent sort of manifest and invite entities into this world, and essentially make it real, even though it isn't. And this war that we're talking about is kind of like it's like a territory war, right? So in the same way in ancient times, you know, you would have like the Germans conquering this group, the Assyrians conquering the Canaanites and taking their land, and other countries having their empires and taking over them. A very similar campaign is happening in the etheric and astral plane. And so in a sense, what this interdimensional war, it's not about necessarily physical property and owning physical property, but owning sort of etheric and astral real estate. So if you think about it, if you own all of the etheric real estate, all of the mind space, you essentially have total control over the population if you can kind of control the dream world. So really, it's like different. It's like if you take like a map of like dream worlds, and each dream world is fighting for dominance in this kind of dream like landscape. I think that really is the war that we're talking about. And that people tend to think of war as, you know, fighting over physical territories. But in a sense, what we're actually fighting over is sort of like spiritual, etheric, and astral territories. And a lot of these different belief systems, they want total dominion over the astral plane. They want to call the shots. They want to have control over the dream world. And one of the reasons why I work with the Fae is it's kind of like they have an anarchistic dynamic in relation to what I'm just talking about. They kind of feel like that nobody really should have the right to kind of control the dream world, that the dream world is essentially run by nature itself. And that we think of that the dream world as being, that's another psyop that I think we need to like, you know, think about lately, that that nature, the world of nature and the world of dreams are somehow separate. But I see the dream world as an extension of the natural realm rather than something that's like ontologically different and separate. It's a reflect, because what happens in the astral and is a reflection of the etheric, and in the etheric is a reflection of what happens in the physical. So it sort of Zerfaxonally, you know, aligns in that particular way.
Yeah, I mean, that's very interesting what you say. I mean, from a shamanic perspective, we don't consider the dream world to be separate to physical reality. And we see that physical reality is a meeting of different dream worlds, and it's its own dream world. Dream time. Yeah, baby, we're in dream time. Big love, dear Carly. How are you doing? We've got a few different people on. We've got Bobo. We've got the usual crew. We've also got people have been saying salad. We got everybody in here. Big love to all of you. Yeah, and I just wanted to add one thing about why I thought the logic behind why I thought it's an improbable lie, right? I just want us to consider this because these are in the Catholic archives. So the people weren't thinking so clearly, right? If someone could overcome gravity and they were a saint, because these are recognized, and big love, namaste Freya, how are you doing? Welcome. If one of their saints could overcome gravity through a feat of conscious experience, right? Levitation. They were saying that it was due to the Spirit of God. Okay. Right. But what they were also saying is that the Spirit of God was just carrying this poor guy off to God knows where without purpose. Right? Like, what kind of a dumb-ass God, I'm sorry, would just lift somebody up randomly without any cause to cause him to float up into the air, that they just about drop their loads out of fear, panicking, screaming, grabbing onto the tree because they think it's the end of their lives. How is that? You know,
yeah,
you would think that if it was the hand of God, right? God would lift them up in the air and they would then start preaching, and it would be this grand show of something. But the fact that it's like almost like a force of nature that's out of control and chaotic, that doesn't sound like the Catholic God, does it?
Well, think of it from this perspective. So if you look at a God in a kind of an egregoric sense. Because you think about, if you're some Catholic priest and, you know, you want to levitate, I don't think it's just the priest's will that's doing it. It's also the will of the other priests in their church, because it's like, hey, if I can get a guy to levitate, that's like ultimate proof that our God exists, right? So other believers have a vested interest in making sure that their friend is capable of levitating. So they're also adding in their psychic intention and their energy and sort of projecting it into that person. So really, when that priest is levitating, it's because he's essentially tapping into the collective energy of the people who follow the church, right? And that's how I think of, like, basically the biblical God is essentially the collective mind of all the people that believe in them, essentially forming a kind of hyper-organism, if you will. I guess that's why egregore is probably the proper term. So, but I think that, but what also, this is part of the deception, though, because I think that with a lot of these belief systems is that, in a lot of ways, like the, you know, how the Catholic Church, they warn you about, like, you know, magical powers, is that these false belief systems, they do give you genuine powers. And then, because I realized that when I, you know, started following the Fae and I had to drop all the previous belief systems, I realized that I couldn't tap into that collective space to get that magical energy anymore. So I had to basically relearn how to do magic and relearn how to kind of like tap into those spaces, because I realized before that I was kind of dependent upon a group energy to make that work. And that's the thing with a lot of these false narratives, is that sometimes these false narratives give people a certain type of power or an ability, and they may not be reluctant to give up that ability. So like in the same way, like if you take some kind of like performance enhancing drug, like let's say you're like a baseball player and you use steroids to get, you know, really good at your game. But when you're using those steroids, you never really learn how to develop the ability to, like, you know, gain muscle and hit it on yourself. The steroids are doing all the work for you. Well, that's the same thing with these faulty belief systems. You think, you know, you're doing the magic, but it's really the collective will of those false belief systems manifesting through you, giving you that energy. So you're like, all right, I'm this wizard. Because in a lot of ways, when you leave, you know, an occult group or an occult belief or a magical, you know, paradigm, you kind of have to, because you're so dependent upon their understanding of magic and their understanding of mysticism, you have to sort of relearn and reestablish how magic works for you and how you're able to, you know, tap into your psychic faculties. Because I think in a lot of ways, that's another part of deception, is that these people are tempted by certain powers and certain magical abilities, but they're not magical abilities that they're attempted to do by themselves. It's more like the false belief system gives them to you, like as a kind of bribe to kind of like entice you into that, like a temptation, if you will. And I think one of the reasons some of these belief systems are so difficult is that, you know, it's, you know, you're losing a certain power. So think about materialism, for example. Like it's a sort of a negative belief system of the spirit, but there's a kind of like, it's because there's this lack of emotion to it. It kind of supercharges your intellect. So you feel like you're this like ultra mega genius. And it's like, in a lot of ways, then when you leave that belief system behind, you also leave behind the powers and the abilities that it's given to you, unless maybe you perhaps cultivated them on your own, you know, independently. But if your magical understanding of who you are and how you operate is solely dependent upon the group dynamic, and you don't really figure out how to do those on your own, then you can really get trapped, because then you feel like, oh, now I'm dependent upon this false narrative in order to get me magic and power and manifest the things I want in my life. And so I think that's a part of the deception that I think is not really talked about as much, in that these worldviews, even though they're false, they still manifest into the world regardless of whether they're true or false. And that's the real danger.
You know, that's an interesting point that you bring up. But I'm sort of looking at it from the perspective of, what about, okay, so in the occult field, just to draw a distinction between the occult and mysticism. So Western schools are working with occult. Occult has got to do with the knowledge of the etheric field, essentially. And I have broken this down in the lectures that I've done. if you go into the YouTube and you look at the 208 series of lectures, which are like they basically courses, free courses. You can see them in my courses box in the front. The difference between occultism and mysticism, the occult groups always work in groups. That's really a big difference. So the occult rituals siphon power from the group mind, but those are just occult rituals. And the occult rituals are there to awaken a personal experience of the divine. So those ritual powers are like you say, sourcing the energy from the group mind. However, when it comes to mysticism, we're dealing with a completely different kettle of fish, where the occult is all about us together doing a ritual, and you will play that role, you will play that role, you will play this role, you will play that role, and each one will channel a certain consciousness into the space, and together we will build an aggregate of consciousness that we will all be able to partake of, benefit from, add to, and project outwards into the world. So that's how occult ritual works. Mysticism is a little bit different. Mysticism involves a Sufi dancing to the rhythm of a drum, or shamanism is essentially mysticism. It's a single shaman alone going into a trance, or a yogi or a tantraman doing their own private dhyana or meditation or a ritual that they've devised that is working with the forces within them. And so mysticism tends to be very much a personal inward journey, all about going inwards, where the occult want to draw the spiritual forces from the heavenly planes down into the earth. We draw that power here. The mystic wants to release the physical and travel out alone into the cosmic source of that power. So that there's a powerful polarity involved. The one is moving from a singular to a point of multiplicity. And the other one is moving from a point of singular towards the multiplicity of singular. And so they're inverted paths in a way, where the mystic doesn't draw on the egregoric consciousness field in the same way. It's not part of them. In fact, the mystic ends up leaving behind all of these ideas, and the archetypes will be revealed to the mystic through their visions and their experiences of hyperdimensionality. However, it's not quite the same. So this is an interesting point, because in mysticism, and for example, you go to India, levitation has been quite a common thing, that much more common, where people practicing dhyana, going deep into this point of silence, not communing with anyone else. In fact, specifically disconnecting themselves from the group mind, specifically going away from the group mind to be alone in a cave surrounded by a forest of wood, so that wood is a buffer between themselves and the group mind. So one of the reasons why you go and live in the jungle, by the way, if any of you feel inspired to go into the jungles, be careful. It's not safe unless you are safe. You need to be safe to be safe. Means you've got to be ready to face the fear of not being alive calmly and be conscientious about it. But just as a disclaimer, in case like people come back to me and say, my son was watching your show, he went into the jungle, he's not alive anymore. This does happen. But when one goes into the wilderness, it's to disconnect from the group mind, B, to put yourself in a buffer of energy that separates you from the group mind, and C, to become one with the heart of nature, which is the forces of life which are within you. So you're specifically disconnecting from the human group mind. But, the universe is an egregoric expression of life, which is an octave or a series of octaves of a fractal expansion, if you will, of consciousness becoming matter. So what you say is true for occultism, but it's not true for mysticism, necessarily cosmic. And so there are different ways to channel these potential powers. I think that the powers, like, for example, if you look at mysticism, it's very specific. The Siddhi are intrinsic spiritual forces that each individual has within themselves. That is the source of their individuality. Yeah, cosmic.
You know, I think I kind of wanted to touch back when you were talking about the distinction between occultism and mysticism, because one thing I kind of interesting about, like, because they are kind of masculine and feminine, right? The occult is very intellectual and rational and rigid, and mysticism is more, emotional, ecstatic, getting into certain types of feelings and experiences, dance, chanting, breath, etc. But what's interesting though is that it's like there's this kind of this male-female relationship, because I feel like with occultism, they're using masculine means to discover the divine feminine. So by looking at the universe, the mathematical equations, you're understanding that divine feminine chaos through that means. Likewise, you're using with mysticism, you're using femininity to reach the divine masculine. You're basically, opening yourself up through these divine experiences and these divine dances and breath work and ritual, so that intellectual masculine mind of God sort of penetrates your being. So it's kind of like, so I think of it like this. It's sort of like, it's like the divine feminine to chaos is to occultism is kind of like a mother-son relationship, whereas I feel like the divine masculine to mysticism is more like a father-daughter relationship. So I see them as like two different sort of ways to like understand the universe. But the Fae tell me that you have to really get a full understanding, you have to look at the universe from both of these polarities, and that the issue comes from focusing on only one or the other and ignoring the other.
Totally. I think that they both contain a seed of truth. I think there's a valid, I think that's valid. Like if you want to understand the etheric plane, the etheric structure of the universe, then you want to understand how the occult works and what it is. And if you want to understand the astral planes and how the energies and forces that are flowing through these cosmic structures operate, then you want to understand mysticism. So mysticism is highly symbolic. It's about symbolism, where the occult is highly structured, and we're talking about sacred geometry. Now, there's obviously a crossover. When I say symbolic, I mean when one deals with emotions, one can only understand feelings in terms of symbolic experience. And I don't mean symbols necessarily, like just picture symbols, because those also relate to sacred geometry. I mean symbolic in terms of the way the consciousness works to relate one thing to another thing, to another thing, to another thing, as being not coherent in terms of the logos or logic related to them, where the other one is completely logos, logic based, which is very interesting. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. So welcome. Who have we got in the house? We've got Hector. Welcome, Hector. And Bobo. You guys are all loving chat. Carly asked a really interesting question. Carly tends to do that. How do you protect yourself if others are using rituals and entities? Well, I suppose that is an interesting question to be focusing on. I would say it's fundamental, dear Carly. If you want to be safe, there's two things to consider. The etheric protection is integrity. Integrity, and I'll explain why integrity. The emotional protection is compassion. Now, compassion is the root source of mysticism, right? It's got to do with the emotions. Integrity is the root source of occult. It has to do with the logos, the logic, right? So integrity is about integrating all parts of myself into a single unity, right? And allowing that integration of all the parts, the multiplicity, to become a cohesive structure that's solid, so that I have a firm energy field, a firm aura, a firm presence. And with that integrity comes grounding, because integrity has a root, the root of integrity. When we're talking about the morality, and we're talking about the compassion, this is to do with the feelings. So if somebody is sending you a entity or something that's going to create a problem with you, it might want to plant thoughts into your mind that will change how you are being, thinking, believing, behaving. Thoughts. Integrity protects you from that, because I'm going to be true to what I know who I am, right? When something is sending you emotions of guilt, fear, pain, whatever that is, compassion is going to be me allowing all of the emotions that I think are the parts of me to be an expression of the singularity, the singular field of emotional energy and intelligence, which is compassion. Think about compassion. All the passions in a composite structure. Maybe structure is the wrong word. It's the ocean. It's the ocean from whence all the rivers have come. And so if you are in the ocean, the rivers can't touch you. That's a good way of looking at it. So if you must be in water, be in the ocean. Compassion. Because you could be in the rapids of a river, which is very tumultuous, and you can get bumped around in the rapids of a river. So you're better off being in the ocean where there's a consistency, and that compassion represents that emotional consistency. In the same way that integrity represents the intellectual or the logical consistency. So with integrity, if something is trying to plant the thought in my mind that I need to be deceitful for whatever, my integrity will be, no, I'm not falling for that. And so that thing can't feed off of my energy. And if that thing can't feed off of my energy, the entity, it can't affect me. If there's a spell that's cast at me that's trying to affect me, and my integrity is too strong, that spell will bounce away. It'll bounce off. It'll go back to sender. If that spell represents affecting my emotions, my feelings, which will change the way that I feel and behave, which will change my reality. So either one of those two doorways can shift your reality, but no external force can shift your reality unless it can shift some internal position within your consciousness. And those two doorways are your emotional field and your logical, mental, energy, thought field. And so if it cannot affect the thoughts and the beliefs and the ideas that will change your decisions of behavior, you're protected. If it cannot affect your feelings that will change how you relate to yourself or relate to others, then you have self-knowledge. So those two elements become the yang and the yin of self-knowledge. And the yang and the yin of self-knowledge produces a core field of personal power. And that personal power would radiate outwards, and it would produce its own polarizing effects towards any external energetic interference. It wouldn't be able to interfere with your energetic field if you can maintain those two fields. Does that make sense, dear Kali? I hope it does. It's the best way. What do you guys think? Cosmic, what do you think? Indy, I don't know if you're with us, brother. What do you guys think about this question on the board that Kali asked?
I think when it comes to psychic self-defense, I think one of the most important things you have to think about is, do you believe in the paradigm? Or it's like, I think when it comes to, like, I guess it depends on what context are we talking about. Are we talking about like other magicians attacking us, or are we talking about, actual entities attacking? Because I think there's different strategies for dealing with both of those different things. I'm going to speak more on just like the other magicians part, because I think that's something that's probably more direct, and other people casting their, worldview. I think that's why mystery is so important, because really, if you think about anything that wants to control you, it wants to confine you to a small space. It wants to make you feel small and sort of like, insignificant or whatever. And you really can only let something be small if you actually believe in it, and if you actually think it's, somewhat true. And because I think that like some people think that, if you believe it, that's part of it. Like in terms of like whether you believe it's real or not, you have to admit on some level the effectiveness of the curse is going to be dependent upon, your will level, how you resist it, how you react to that energy that has been, implanted upon you. If you're hexed, whether it's by an entity or a magician or whatever, something is attacking you, do you react in anger? Do you react in fear? Do you, act calm and like catch your breath? And really, like how you react to it, I think is going to change how powerful, that negative magical effect is going to be on you. That's what I would say. Because I think one of the most powerful ways that I've really kind of gotten away from, like, demons, for example, or like specifically Christian demons, and, and realizing that a lot of the power of like demons from hell is the fear that was instilled by a lot of us because of Christianity, being told that you're going to burn in hell. And when you don't believe in that specific religious paradigm, now those entities that you were afraid of before no longer hold any real power over you. Like, you got to think about it from this perspective. Like, if you believe in the devil is going to mess you up way more than if you don't believe in devil. And I know the argument that some people say that, the devil like basically works on people, that they don't know it, and because they're not willing, that makes them the most, apt participants for manipulation, because they don't know that Satan is messing. I understand that argument, but I think in a general sense, though, like how you react to it, how you frame the situation, because in a lot of ways, if an entity is trying to attack you or somebody trying to harm you, you have to understand that they're not just trying to harm you physically and make you feel bad, but they're also altering your perception of what reality is, what's real and what's not real. And essentially, these entities are trying to sell you a version of reality that you may not necessarily believe in. And so when you don't believe in the reality or the Zerfax that these entities come from, they don't have the same power of you. So in the same way, like, if there's like a specific law in like a Middle Eastern country, for example, where it's like, I don't know, like if a woman doesn't wear a hijab, she'll be stoned to death. Well, that rule really only applies in that particular country. And if you go to like the United States, for example, they don't have the power or the legal authority to stone you to death if you're wearing a hijab or whatever. And the same thing goes with entities. If you don't believe in the spiritual paradigm that the entities manifest from, then they don't have the same power over you. So having that perspective of being able to step outside of their bubble and step outside of their worldview, because really the way I look at when it comes to, either of any kind of malevolence, is that what they're doing, and this is why this is often a popular, metaphor, is the labyrinth, the maze. And that oftentimes in a lot of books and stories and video games and movies is that the evil wizard will always inevitably have a labyrinth that the hero has to navigate in order to find and defeat the wizard, or, save the princess or whatever. But ultimately, you have to realize that these labyrinths, that these metaphorical labyrinths that we're stuck in, don't have an exit. There's no way to actually get out of the labyrinth. The labyrinth is rigged. So in order to escape the labyrinth, you can't escape the labyrinth through its normal means of, going through the various corridors, et cetera, et cetera. You got to kind of levitate up above the labyrinth and sort of float away from it. You can't escape the labyrinth via the labyrinth's own terms. And I think in the same way with a lot of these entities, like, for example, if you're really because, I think about this too, like the people who tend to get possessed by Christian demons are often the people who most believe in Christianity, like people who are really hardcore fundamentalist Christians. They're the ones who report getting possessed, that Satan is talking to them, trying to tempt them and stuff. So you have to kind of understand that in a lot of ways, what these entities they're trying to do is they're trying to rewrite what your reality is. And by not giving them that power, you can basically kind of sidestep them.
I don't know if Indy's in the room. No stress, Indy, brother, when you're about.
Here?
I'm here.
I just wondered if you had anything you wanted to say, or if you're good.
Yeah, my cat has been hijacking my seat over here, but I've been listening in. This is all really deep stuff, so I'm basically like, I'm learning from you guys a lot of things here, but as far as like the devil goes, I have some input on that. I actually had an experience on an entheogenic compound before where I felt like the devil had come by, brushed upon me, kind of a thing. And since then, I have learned that the idea of the devil was kind of made up and pushed upon the Gentiles. But as far as like the Hebrew understanding of there being a devil or a Lucifer or a Satan, there really is not. That figure is actually worshipped as a wise figure, which kind of throws things for a loop for a lot of people, because most of Christianity is based on understanding the ways of the devil and the works of the devil and the enticements of the devil and dancing with the devil and all these various things about the devil. Whereas the understanding of God is very unclear in Christianity. It's supposed to be like very mysterious. We have really no clear understanding of what God's supposed to look like, how he operates, where he resides. There's mention of like golden gates, but what's inside the gates, Like, what is he, an old man with a beard in the clouds, or is he not even a man? Is he just the sun? Is it a sheep? And is Jesus his son, or was he not? So I mean, there's so much going on there to inquire about, but I really feel like that Jesus was actually a very inspirational mystical figure that was on this earth, and that his teachings were a bit slanted by the Hebrew accounts and the later account of Paul, who was originally Saul, the Roman soldier. And I think that a lot of the teachings of the mystical times in the past were trying to integrate that pivotal battle of the light and the dark that had been told through many cultures. And so they tried to bring that in because there was so much usurping that was done by the Hebrew peoples for carrying forth like different tales from different cultures and retelling them in their own way. But I feel like there never really was like a dark figure of the divine, but they kind of tried to make it so with Christianity, particularly like with Satan being a mistranslation of Ha-Satan, the inner adversary from the Hebrew understanding. I feel like they kind of contributed a lot of the darkness to this figure that would entice people towards sin, and in doing so, it kind of takes away people's accountability for making their own decisions. It's like, oh, I was enticed by this like evil character that like wanted me to do this stuff. I didn't want to do it. He like made it hard for me to resist. And so I feel like by putting people in this kind of a quandary, it's easier to manipulate them, and it's easier for them to fall into their transgressive ways, because they don't really feel like they have the capacity to govern their own decisions. And so I feel like at the same time, there are like dark forces that people see. Like people will see ghosts and phantoms and demons can possess people, and things can happen like of this sort. So it's very mysterious, but I feel like people that don't carry inner turmoil or fear, it's going to be hard for them to be able to experience these things. So to me, it kind of means that the idea of seeing these figures, these interdimensional beings, requires some kind of a resonance. Like if you don't have fear, you can't see the dark beings. But if you carry a lot of fear, they will present themselves to you because they feed on that fear. So maybe it's like a situation where if you don't carry fear, they don't waste their time presenting themselves to you because maybe they're scared of you. But if you do carry fear, they know that they have a way to manipulate you, to control you. So it's always been something that I've inquired about. And one of my ex-girlfriends was like really into ghosts and phantoms and being able to speak with the unseen spirits amidst us. And I've always been like really curious about that kind of stuff. But I've been able to interact with spirits of the divine, like good spirits, and have them present themselves to me. And so, like, some people have said that this is like a way in which our right brain is talking to our left brain and creating this kind of hallucination of like a higher consciousness that manifests in our consciousness of our realm. But it's more of a subjective experience. But I've had experiences where me and my ex were able to see like orbs floating and stuff when we're having an ayahuasca experience, but other people didn't necessarily see them. But the fact that two people were able to see these interdimensional beings at the same time gives me more faith that there actually is something there beyond the imagination and hallucinations. I think there's like the inner eye maybe is able to see these things, whereas the two eyes don't necessarily see them all on their own. I feel like possibly there's something going on there. Like it's hard for humans to see with their inner eyes, especially in the waking state, but we can go into like deep meditative states and being able to see into other realms and things like that. But that's also something that's I'm very curious about. Like, are some people able to like open up their inner eye in the waking state and be able to see how these beings interact with us on this plane? That would be something that I'd love to explore more into. But as far as levitation goes, my contractor boss is in the Cherokee medicine wheel, and he was able to meditate in the past and levitate, and he could float. And this isn't just like the hopping levitation where people will hop and like take pictures of them hopping in the Indian position where they look like they're floating. No, he was actually like floating off the ground in levity, which is like the opposite principle of gravity. But I feel like levity happens, like, especially since we're bipedal, the fact that we're able to walk on 2 feet, like, it kinda defies all odds, like, the ability for us to have the balance to not to have, like, a cane or a tail or, like, touch our knuckles to the ground to be able to walk around like this shows that there's definitely some kind of levity force that allows things to stand upright or be upright and stand up into the sky straight up. But, Victor Schauberger, the Austrian water and forestry engineer, he understood that trees follow levity, the fact that they grow straight up into the sky. And human perception is influenced by that. Like the idea of like seeing things that are like standing straight up and down is something that we have a hypersensitive reaction to in our sensation and perception. Whereas things that are like lying across side to side, those things we're not as sensitive to, because like in the old times, like before human civilization for millions of years,
they didn't have fences, you know, they didn't have structures that were like built flat. Those things were kind of few and far between. You would see sticks that would fall down, you can kind of hop over them or whatever. But when you're coming up upon something that stands straight up and down, that's very thin, that you might not see, and you could thwack yourself right into it and hit yourself in the face. Those are the kind of things you're going to want to notice. Now, I went through times in my life where I used to drink a little too much, and there was times where I couldn't see straight. I must have been seeing double, and I would walk straight into telephone poles and like thwack myself out and like knock myself out on the floor and stuff. And people were like, dude, you need to go sit down somewhere. You're not doing good. So luckily I quit alcohol 2010, and it was never a good scene for me, but sensation and perception are very interesting. And I think alcohol is considered to be coming from the etymology of the al ghul, from the ghoul. And some people associate it with like being possessed by dark spirits. I think I might have been one of those individuals, because people would say when I blacked out that I wasn't myself and that I was like really mean. And I consider myself to be a very kind-hearted person. So it always baffled me how I could become somebody different like that. But the one time when I felt like I saw the devil, I felt like maybe I was seeing something within myself. Maybe my shadow became evident. And like the cats in the room, there were hybrid cats that were made from predatory wild felines like leopard and something else like lynx or something, mixed into like house cat genetics. These cats were like really hypersensitive to energy and emotion, and they both jumped like flat across the room when I had this experience, or something had kind of brushed upon me. But there was like a dump truck that was driving by, and I just got this weird vibe, and this whole thing happened, and I felt like there was an entity there. After watching this movie called The Fifth Kind, maybe it was The Fourth Kind. I think it was The Fourth Kind. I feel like there actually might be these entities amidst us that we don't necessarily see. Because like a lot of the accounts that I'm hearing from people is that these entities are in like fifth dimensionality or fifth density, and they're able to like move around near us, but they live by a policy of do no harm and leave no trace. So maybe they're just watching us. But maybe some of them take it to go against authority and do transgressive things that they're not supposed to do and interact with us through possession and stuff. I don't know. But it's always been something that I've been really curious about. And I try to keep an open mind about whether it could be a subjective experience or it could be really an objective phenomenon that we're just not able to like really gain much of an understanding of or get our grip on it. What do you guys think? Have you had experiences where you've seen interdimensional beings?
You know,
Yeah, since I was little, and I have a lot of clients, and I just want to respond before the conversation goes to the next to this point. I want to respond to what you were saying before, Cosmic, and then I want to respond to what Indy was saying, and I also want to respond to what our tuition said quite a little while ago. He said it 7:54, so like about I don't know, 10 minutes ago. Hopefully our tuition is here. And our tuition was saying that Job is supposed to be the oldest book in the Bible. That's Christian propaganda by the Catholics, by the way. According to the Torah, which is where the Old Testament comes from, Genesis is the oldest book. So the Catholics took the Torah, translated it, and had it as the Old Testament, which is what Job is one of the old books. But according to the students of the Torah, which is the true Old Testament, Genesis is the oldest book, and that goes right back to the Sumerians. right? And the Akkadians, the book of Genesis is there. It's pretty clearly there in Babylonian scripts as well. And another point as well, that this biblical story we're talking about, our tuition, is the Catholic. They were only able to canonize their script after they got rid of the Marcion Bible. Now, the Marcion Bible was the oldest, and most of the scripts that they took into their canon of Roman Catholic or Catholic canon, what became the Catholic canon, had been taken from the Marcion Bible. So there's something very interesting to consider. Some of the bits of the Marcion text were eradicated. Certain aspects of the books were removed, edited, and Marcion texts were banned before they were able to make their canon. It's very important to understand this, because it gives us a real insight to the origins of the Bible. And just to be clear, the Marcion texts are from the 1st century, right? Not the 4th century. So there's a massive difference. Those texts, Marcion made those texts really well known. And Marcion didn't write the Bible. Marcion had accumulated these old texts that were from literally just after Emmanuel's life, according to the timeline. So these are the original texts that were then edited and changed, and the Marcions had to be banned. They had to be excommunicated. There was a whole story, and you got a lot of evidence of the Marcion texts by the very early condemnations of the Catholics, where they would take pieces of his text to try and take it apart and say why it's wrong and why their text is better. And their text was basically the same text that had been changed. So, like, when we really consider this is interesting. And then getting back to what you were saying, cosmic. And I think that's really interesting. You were saying that you think that belief in religion define the nature of these beings. And, I'm going to say to you that my own experience is different to that. And a lot of my clients is different to that, cosmic, because I didn't believe one thing or another. I believed everything was sort of true, but everything was also a bit wrong. So I didn't believe that the Christian system was right, but I didn't believe it was wrong. And I didn't believe that the Vedic system was right, but I didn't believe that it was wrong. But I thought that there was a universal truth that was going to be found in all these different systems of thought. This was when I was really quite young. And my experiences of beings were very interesting. My experiences of different beings caused me to study different things, if that makes sense. So I would have these experiences of what is this? And I'd go and look for pictures. What the hell did I just experience? I'd be, that's ancient Egypt, ancient Kemet. Okay, that's interesting. I better start reading on this stuff because that's what I experienced. And this is ancient Babylonian. What is that? I don't know anything about that, but there's the picture. There's a Babylonian deity. I've had these experiences. What the hell is that? So I didn't know anything about Kemetic lore or Babylonian lore. To me, it was weird. So my experiences of that were not based upon what I believed. In fact, what I believed came after the experiences, if that makes sense. And just to add to that, I have a lot of clients that come to me. And other experiences, cosmic, just to bring that back, that I would have would be mind-blowing. I remember the first time I experienced what I call the spider intelligence. That was a freak out, man. Freak out. There was this thing watching me from every different direction. And it was like looking at me from an 8-sided prism from inside an 8-sided prism. And it was like a kind of an eye that was watching me. And it was watching me all the time. And I could not hide from this perception. And this thing was like a spider's intelligence. It was a very weird kind of like, when I like emerged with that consciousness, I felt like a spider. And I was like, what is this? Ugh, my spine and my back and all the shivers up there. And that wasn't based on any belief system. And just to be clear, that's long before shamanism. I thought shamanism was ridiculous and silly when I was young. I thought like shamanism is ridiculous. And then I had these animals that would come to me. I was like, what are these animals? Like not physical animals, like guide animals. And I didn't know what they were. I was like, okay, I see this like creature that comes to me. It doesn't seem harmful. It seems to be like showing me, okay. And then I have this creature that comes to me. I was like, well, okay. I didn't know what it was. And then when I see anything mentioned shamanism, I'd be, oh, shamanism. That's like baby, like way of understanding the universe. It's too small. It's not enough intellectual stimulation. It must be wrong. There must be more. I felt the same way about judo, right? Judo was too easy. It can't be a valid form of martial arts if I've like got this ability to do it without having learned it. I must find something more complex because it's going to obviously be better. So, and with hindsight, judo is one of the most potent forms of martial arts that there is. Somebody messes, you just throw them once and they break their collarbone. That's the end of that story, right? They break an arm, they break a leg, they break their ribs, they break the collarbone, they break their spine. That's the end of any conflict, one shot. So, because you swing them and throw them, they're going to hit the ground hard. So, and you can control the momentum of how hard they hit the ground, right? So, when you were saying that it's all based upon the belief structure, many of my clients come to me and they have a problem. They are like, I don't know what it is. It's scary as hell. Don't know what to make of it. It's some kind of a thing interfering. I don't know what it is. People just have no idea. They don't think it's a demon because a lot of the people who come to me for services, they don't really know that, oh, I've been to this psychic, I've been to that healer, I've been to this person, I've been to that indigenous person, and I'm still suffering. And but they don't know what it is. It's not like, and I'm like, so where's your? They don't come from a Christian background. They're not religious. They might have even been atheist, but yet they're suffering the effects. And I've had atheists come to me, and they were like, well, I'm actually an atheist. And by the end of it, they're not sure whether they're atheist anymore. they were an atheist, and this crap started happening, and now they're not sure whether that atheism is like true anymore, because it can't be true, because this isn't part of the atheist philosophy. So very often those spiritual experiences transcend our beliefs and our philosophies completely, and there might not even be a basis. So that's just something I've observed with a lot of clients. In fact, probably the majority of my clients, if I'm going to be honest, you know. And there are a lot of clients. Like imagine like just 2 decades of clients. We're talking many thousands of clients, and probably of those 10 or whatever thousand, 15,000, I don't count. There must be at least about 500 or 1,000 clients that have come to me for these kind of reasons, right? Over the years. So it doesn't seem to always be related. Mostly it doesn't seem to be related to beliefs. And then what you were talking about, Indy, of beings and experiencing, Cosmic's quite right about you can see them with your peripheral perspective, yeah? With your peripheral vision, it's possible to see these beings, and or it's easier to see them with the peripheral vision first, and then if you go through the inside, you can see them in their own place, like face to face with your own internal vision. but you'll first notice them on the peripheries of your perception. Like there's something here with you, and it's watching you, and you'll see it. And when you look, it's gone. You go, okay, and you'll start becoming aware of it in your peripheral, and then you can see it more clearly. So that peripheral thing is quite a big part of seeing these extra dimensional. And I say extra dimensional just to simplify it, because it's not from our usual dimensional frame that we are usually experiencing in this sort of physical matter field. And when it comes to these particular beings, like I used to experience them a lot when I was really young, Indy. Every single night I went to bed, they were there with me. Every night. The bad ones and the good one. And the good one, now here's another thing, Cosmic. I didn't know what a leprechaun was. I only discovered what a leprechaun was when I was older and I was reading books. My dad didn't even know what it was, a leprechaun. And this thing would come to me, these other beings. So every night I would be in that space of like, I'm trapped, I can't move. It took me years to learn how to move in the etheric plane, because I thought I was just trapped. It's like blocked, stuck, like, oh my gosh, I can't move. So what you call sleep paralysis. That was like my like, okay, get into bed, go to sleep paralysis. Here we go. Oh my gosh, there they are. They're coming for me. The little buggers, not little buggers, big shadowy creatures looking for me, and they're like, and they can sniffing, and they're like slobbering and sniffing, looking for me. It's a feeling of their mouths and the energy and the fluid, and they're coming for me. And then out comes my little guy, and he starts dancing, and he would dance this powerful dance, and they would be lost, they'd be gone. And I would become so engaged watching this guy dance. I was like, this little guy had the moves. Woo! He could boogie, man. He would dance these beings out of, I noticed that when he danced, they got dizzy. They got confused. They didn't know where they were. They were like dizzy and confused. They couldn't do anything. And they'd like wander off to get away from, he would create a field of energy when he danced. And that field of energy, they couldn't be in it, basically. And I would call it a field of like integrity. Like he would radiate this field of integrity and a field of compassion. They couldn't exist within these two fields. So it would push them away. And so I had to learn to live with this as a child. That's why I was exercised so many times, yeah. Like, I don't know, maybe 6 or 7 exorcisms later, I was starting to figure out, like, okay, these people don't understand what I'm going through. Even my dad doesn't get it, because he's been like Catholics, Catholicized. But like after all of the, and then I started noticing the priests had these things on them, and I could see them, and I was like, oh my God, this guy's got something on him. And I'd be like a bit scared of this guy because he's got this thing on him, like crawling on his back, like a dark shape, like creature, like a monkey kind of a thing crawling all over him. I'd be like, oh, what the hell is that? Don't want that on me, And I'm this little boy. I'm like 4 years old, 5 years old. These 3 priests there, and the one's got like a monkey crawling all over him. And so I had to learn to deal with this as a child. This was my go-to. Like, this is every night. And then I would see other people in the street, and I would see entities on people. Yeah. With like somebody walk past me in a crowd, and I'd see an entity on that person, or a thing like next to them or on top of them. Often they'd be like on top of them, like crawling on their bodies, or sometimes they'd be like with them, next to them. And so, these weren't beings that were related to any kind of thing that I knew. It was before I could read. And write. And that's like, I was really young when I was experiencing all of this stuff. And so it was before I had any indoctrination. And it was only later that like my father kept trying to explain to me that these were like evil spirits. And I was like, yeah, maybe. There's those funny creatures that crawl around are differently. Like they're not nice, scary. They're not things I want to be around. But that little guy who danced, I couldn't believe he was an evil spirit. But my dad was convinced that thing's an evil spirit. I was like, nah, I don't believe this. But okay, you can, like, I'm not buying that, because this guy saved my ass like thousands of times, like, from those things. Those things wanted to do bad things to me, and he wouldn't let them. So, you know, all of these beings. And then when I got older, I learned to channel beings. Like, I could take beings into my body, right? And I started playing with this when I was 12 years old, because it was fun. I could, like, reach out telepathically, find beings, call them to me, and I could control them. So I discovered this when I went to places where people were playing glassy. I could control the being controlling the thing with my thoughts. And I could make it tell the people whatever I wanted it to tell the people. And I was like, what's going on here? Like, these beings were weak. You can control them with your thoughts. And so I learned how to, like, okay, so I can put you inside my body. And, like, it didn't really have a choice. But some of these beings were, like, not good. They were dark, and I could put them inside my body, and they would scare the hell out of my friends, because apparently my voice would change, and I would change. I would look different. My eyes would change. Everything would change, apparently. I never saw that. And this thing would come out and whatever. And then I could take it out of myself and put it over there again. And then I learned to open portals and to put things out of portals, to force them to go away. All of this when I was 12. And so by the time I was like 18, I was, like, quite proficient in controlling beings. Like, you know, if I saw a being around someone, I could actually take that being off of them. I could mess with that being. And then I started realizing I can actually take that being and I can imprison that being if I want to in an object. But then I thought, like, I don't think that's, like, a wise thing to do. I didn't want to get connected with all of this stuff so much. But I realized that you can take a being and imprison it. You can take that being and you can force its vibration to be in, like, tune with this object. And now it's stuck on that object's vibrational field. And you can seal it to that object. And so I realized that's interesting. You can change the frequency of an object by changing the frequency of a being and then on an object together to make them converge in a vibrational field. So all of these things are, like, basically, you know, a lot of people, I think, we tend to shape the experience that we have of beings based upon our expectations, unconscious expectations, not even conscious. So our unconscious expectation will give a form and a shape to a being that I think doesn't necessarily have a form or shape that relates to this experiential physical reality, but we will try and relate it to something that we know and give it. So if it somehow has the vibrational frequency of a wild cat, then our consciousness will try and relate that to something we've seen. It's got something that's similar to a wild cat energy. So now we'll start seeing it as a wild cat energy. And then we'll start sensing it as, like, a kind of a cat creature. And our unconscious will be, well, it's also got this relates to that. And now our mind will build up this whole image of this wild cat and this whole thing. And now that's what the being is, but it's not necessarily what the being is, if that makes sense. Like, I think our unconscious does this. It naturally picks up frequencies. And so, like, if I meet a guy called John and he reminded me of a guy called Paul when I knew I was younger, what makes John remind you of Paul? It's subtle. It could be the sound of his voice. It could be a mannerism. It could be the way that he moves. It could be the way that he stands. It could be, but for some reason there'll be a nostalgic energy around Paul that reminds us of John, or John of Paul. And so your consciousness will draw this frequency. There's something similar about these two people. I can't put my finger on it, but I know you remind me of these beings remind us of things that we've seen in the physical plane, but they're not that thing, but they remind us of that thing. And I think our consciousness does the rest. I think we anthropomorphize everything that we experience and put it into a physical context, even when it's hyperdimensional as an experience. It has absolutely nothing to do with what we're looking at or what we're seeing physically, because our minds build expectation. So that's sort of what I was going to say relating to what you were saying, Indy. And I think that sort of also peels back to what you were saying, Cosmic, about belief and expectation. But I don't think it's got to do with what we've been indoctrinated with necessarily. I think it could be more based upon something else that's more subtle.
Well, I think it's definitely, yeah, I think you can't deny it. It's certainly a factor. And I also like looking at your experience in life is that, you know, you talk about that you're dealing with entities when you're 12 and 18. And it kind of occurs to me that you never really had, did you ever really have an atheist materialist phase in your life? Because I certainly did. And you start to realize when you exist in those different paradigms, it's like the rules change, like depending upon what you believe in. Because it's like there was a time where I was a Christian, there was a time where I was like an atheist, you know, like a Christian when I was a kid. You know, there was a time where I was a Buddhist, there was a time where I was a Thelemite. And it's like each time I would jump into those different belief systems, the synchronicities and the things would manifest around those belief systems. And I think even in atheism, it's almost like the lack of synchronicities reinforces that paradigm. So what I'm saying is that it's more a matter of like, if you believe it, it's going to come true it's going to manifest into the world regardless if it's real or not. Just by you giving it that energy, you're giving that being permission to access you and your world, you know, regardless. So Lily, it's like, you know, you don't give the entity more power and energy than it already has, is what I'm basically saying. Like, if it is this like small, weak, you know, dark demon, like you say, then it's kind of disadvantageous to assume that entity is like ultra powerful and strong and intense, because your fear of it being strong and powerful and intense is what gives it power over you. You think, oh my God, it's this powerful, intimidating force. And that by changing it to a form, like it's like the form and the perspective itself is part of the magical process, right? I mean, if you think about it, like what you believe, it's like, okay, I can believe in this entity, but I also believe I have the magical powers to sort of subdue it and sort of push it out of my sphere. And sometimes I think that we have to think about like, you know, because like with sorcery, like if someone's a cult leader and, you know, you tell them that they're going to be like saved by a spaceship in 5 days if they, you know, cut their junk off or whatever. It's like when they believe it, it seems real to them in that moment. And the sorcery is enchanting the people with the story, so that when you tell them that story, they actually enter that world. It's like you're basically, you know, it's like you create a world in your mind, and you take people's souls and you kind of like push them into that world you've created. You're creating a fantasy world in your mind, like a kind of an egregoric place, and you're sort of putting people like in there, you know, and that's what they're doing. It's like, because I've realized that when you have a different dimensional perspective, you have to realize that it's like they're all kind of sort of true at once. And so to sort of push back for what you're saying, you know, earlier, I think my example still holds true, because, you know, it seems like you've believed in spirits, you know, your whole life. Now, if you maybe were like just a total, you know, Richard Dawkins atheist, and you were still getting spiritual stuff happen to you, then I might take your arguments like a little more seriously. But that's not to say that your point of view is invalidated. It's just like I said, it's allocated to the Zerfaxes that are related to that belief system. That's the way I put it.
There's definitely a connection with our I think expectation plays a big role. And I don't know. I can't speak about materialism. I've never really. I couldn't be an atheist if I wanted to, because like it contradicts everything I've experienced like that. Or I couldn't be a materialist if I wanted to, if that makes sense. Because like I couldn't, because like maybe if I didn't drown when I was like 3 years old, maybe that could have been a belief system I could have maybe got behind, but that just having like dealt, like it messed my life up, man. You know, Like people can't understand. Everybody thinks, oh, it would be so cool to have spiritual experiences. It's scary as hell when you don't understand what's happening. And then everybody around you, if you're a little child, they think there's something wrong with you. They think you're evil if you're in a Christian area, and that you're possessed by like evil spirits, and now you're not allowed to like be around other children and stuff. It's like, it's quite like, if you think about it, it's like people can be bloody cruel. And if you want to see how cruel people can be, then like that's the cruelest that people will be when they're afraid. And if people are afraid of a child, they will treat that child like it's a wild, dangerous animal. And that child won't understand, like, what have I done wrong? You know? Because like what did I do? Like, why am I getting, this? So yeah, it's difficult for me to relate to materialism. But I think like both sides of the story are equally valid. Does that make sense? Like there's an unconscious part and there's a conscious part. And I think
Definitely.
the conscious part, and I think they run through each other, but they probably relate to each other. Like the one is a reflection of the other in a way. Indie brother, I see you're quite quiet. You're deep and pensive.
Yeah, I met somebody else that's a miraculous healer. And I'm thinking like we need to start to compare notes. I've been talking with some other shadow workers and stuff, and trying to get some insights out of people. And my work has been calling me back. I just want to like help more people in my community and stuff. And I have a friend now that's a couple friends that are actually fascinated about the Bigfoots, which are an interdimensional shapeshifter themselves. Really, like the Sasquatches are so fascinating to me. They're really good at kind of just sitting there and hiding when people get close to them. But sometimes I'll see footage where they like realize that they're too close and they'll just like stand up and like race off. They run so fast, and I think a lot of times when people see them move, it makes them like faint or collapse because it kind of defies their schema of their understanding of how things are really supposed to operate. But I recently saw this video of this goat in like, I guess it was somewhere in Asia, and they had this dark entity like underneath the goat, and it was like feeding on its neck, and they were like prodding at it with like a stick. And I was like watching this video the other day. I'm like, oh my God, like what is this thing? And then you can kind of see it like coming off the goat and running off into the woods. But it was like moving on the ground like in a strange way where you wouldn't normally see things move. So I'm always curious about these strange cryptids. And like, what was this one supposed to be? I don't get it. But I sent it to my Sasquatch friend, and she said, that's like old news. I've seen this video before, like a long time ago. But I'm like, but what is it? Like, what is going on here? 'Cause there's a point where you can kind of see its head, and it's like really vivid. So if it was like some kind of fool's play and they were just making up some like thing to get a lot of attention, they did a really good job with this one because it's very good at intuitively describing, like, footage. Go ahead.
Like on the subject of cryptids, like I've been thinking about like in terms of just like how they're like, interesting they are, because there's like, I feel like the idea of if you could capture Bigfoot and like, take a photograph of him, I feel like the mystique would be lost. I feel like what makes these cryptids interesting is that they kind of exist in this liminal way where they're not quite physical, not quite astral. And I feel that like if the Bigfoot was just some regular, ape running around in the woods, I feel like it wouldn't be as interesting to me. And I think that goes the same thing with a lot of these. I think I never was really interested in the idea of these entities existing in this like physical, like literal way. Like they're like, like the fairies are like literal people flying around, with wings. But the fact that they're more of these kind of these interdimensional consciousnesses, that there's something more fascinating to me about that. And in a way, it's more real, because I feel like if you take these entities and you can just like, they're just physical things that you can observe in science, it's like, are they really like mystical anymore? Or is the Sasquatch just like, you know, a regular gorilla in the Pacific Northwest? And I think the fact that it's not quite physical, it's like, that's more interesting to me than like an actual, like literal, like ape creature. I don't know. What are your guys' thoughts on that?
I think there's truth to it. Yeah, indie brother.
Yeah, I think there's truth to it as well. And it's just highly compelling, but it's something that doesn't really fit into our understanding. And so I feel like the mystique of it all kind of makes it more exciting, you know. But like I've come across people that have actually killed the Bigfoots before, and they put them on display, and they've always said that they, even when you're looking straight at them, like their face is not very easy to see. It's very fuzzy, and it's really not much to look at. Like they're not like us, like missing a coat of fur. So when you look at their face, it's just like a fuzzy muzzle face. There's a lot of hair there. They don't have like a pronounced nose. They just have kind of nostrils there, or a smaller nose. And they're not much to look at, apparently, is what people say. But the one person that killed the Sasquatch that's the most well known is the one that froze it into a vat of ice, and it was being shown at the mall, I believe in Phoenix, Arizona, for decades, and then they brought it back, and that individual is still frozen inside of ice. And you can kind of see how there was a bullet wound, and it continued to bleed as it was being frozen, and the blood's coming out into the ice and froze along its side. And people have examined it and noticed that there's no way that this is prosthetic fur, because if people made all these little hairs and poked them into some fabric or something, there's no way that we have this technology to make it that intricate. So they've said that it's definitely like bona fide real deal. But as far as anybody catching a real live one, that's only known to have happened once, as far as the accounts that I've heard. They captured a juvenile in like I think in the 1800s, and had carried it in a wagon from like town to town to charge people to look at it and stuff. And eventually it got big enough and strong enough to tear out of the bars. But it had these giant iron bars on the wagon that it was on that kept it captive for a while. But the story that has always fascinated me was the story of Xana from Russia, or Siberia, where she was captured and she became like a village slave, and then she ended up having like a brood of like hybrid children that survived the second time, that lived to become citizens and learn to speak. And they didn't really look like their mother. They had like a regular nose like humans and stuff, and they look pretty much like humans, but a little more hairier with wider shoulders. Their eyes were more close together, so it makes me think that the wild hominids are more predatory, probably omnivores, but definitely have to use like predatory stealth hunting to be able to get prey. I don't really see that they would kind of like sneak up as a pack together and like overpower things, but more seem like they would do stock hunting, stalking type of hunting. But like the way that they operate, the way that they seem to move, people talk about how they walk in pace with them. Like as they walk this at the same time, so that the sound of them like hitting the leaves mirrors the sound of the person that's walking. And so it kind of messes with their perception. And they don't tend to they get very close where the people could capture them on film usually. They're really good about keeping their distance and then like escaping and fleeing when they get too close. But I've seen one individual that was able to follow them secretively and stalked them and like was able to come upon them and saw them kind of just like communicating with each other. And they were so beastly in their like roars and growls were like so intense. You could kind of get an image for like how strong they really were. They were just ripping limbs off of trees and like chewing on the leaves. And their strength looks incredible. Like they apparently weigh about 1,000 pounds and they're like 8 to like 10 feet tall. So I think a lot of people are very scared of them for a reason. They're extremely stout. They're very stealthy. They can run up to 40 miles an hour, which is something we don't see bipedal things doing. So when these people see that happening, they just usually like lock up and like sometimes faint or pee their pants because they're like, wait, what? Oh my God. They start probably to fear like how they could just snatch them up and just run off with them or something and nobody be able to chase them down. Even having a four-wheeler like in that kind of terrain, you can't really drive around that fast if you're not on a trail. So it's a really daunting situation to be around them. And I've heard that a lot of people feel like they're being hunted by them. And I don't know. I feel like they watch over us, and I feel like they probably don't want to hurt us. But I have heard one account where one guy was supposedly abducted with his friend, and that they actually ate his friend and waited for them to fall asleep, and he escaped while they slept. And never told anybody until his deathbed, and then finally told before he died what had happened to him and his friend. So, I don't rule it out. They could potentially like be after some people that come and are maybe looking after game that they consider to be on their territory, and so they're defending their territory and protecting the wildlife, or they're in competition of the same resources, so they have the impetus to like get these people out of the picture so they don't have to fight for the game that they're both after against each other. But I don't know, it's all so interesting to me, and I've heard so many accounts, and I find it kind of laughable that people don't believe in them, because there's like real videos of them modern day all the time, and so many people have like really amazing accounts. The most convincing account that I ever heard was this cryptid story about the cripple foot, which is a Sasquatch that had a spinal issue at birth and developed a deformed foot that comes from a spinal issue. And so like if people were making these false footprints that people claim that they do with this one, they'd have to have really intense anatomical knowledge about spinal issues and how they could translate into like a foot deformation. To me, it seems unlikely. And so I think there's certain things that stand as outliers where it's like, this is definitely obvious truth. You cannot mask this and like sweep it under a rug. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of stuff out there that we can see plain as day that are like a physical being, that are considered to be like an interdimensional shapeshifter. And then there's other ones that seem to be able to vanish, and like we don't have the ability to like really see where they're at or where they're coming in from. So there's so much to explore with this. It's really interesting. I see General Shinobi is here with us now. Welcome, General Shinobi. What's happening, Toby?
Let's all give Toby One Kenobi a warm welcome. It's an honor to have you on the show, dear brother. For those of you that don't know, he's a researcher. He spends a lot of time with words, decoding the meaning and the subtle essence behind the way the words manifest through our consciousness. Also, he's a bit of an activist at heart, and he likes heavy metal, and he's a father, and he's a homemaker. So and he's self-employed. So there's a whole lot of cool things about Toby. I like to call him Toby One Kenobi or Toby One Shinobi. It's an honor to have you on, the brother. For those of you that haven't checked his channel, it's in the recommended channels. Go and check it. Welcome, dear brother. And I just want to respond to what you said about the thing. You know, I think that both are true. Indy, I think that there are beings that manifest bodies. Yeah, they might be interdimensional, extra dimensional beings, and then I think there are interdimensional beings as well. So I think interdimensional beings might be seen as them, but there might actually be extra dimensional beings that actually manifest their bodies through portals. This is just something I thought. I think both might be true in different instances. Welcome, dear brother. Please fire away.
Yeah, what's up, guys? No, I think what you started talking about there is quite interesting, Franklin, about interdimensional portals and stuff. So, I mean, if you've got more to say about that, carry on. I'll just jump in a bit. But yeah, happy to be here, and I hope everyone's doing well. Looking forward to having a little chin wag with you guys.
Well, the basic idea that I have is that there are these extra dimensional beings. Well, let's first say that there are interdimensional beings that we experience, and we see them through our peripheral vision, as Cosmic says, but we apply meaning to the beings based upon vibrational association of our unconscious sort of recognizing qualities. Well, there's a human-like quality, an ape-like quality, this kind of quality, but it's a big, very powerful being. So it's got like a big form, and we might associate that with an energetic being and see that as a cryptid. Then I think that so that's like one kind of a cryptid, I think, which is not a physical being. Then I think that there probably are physical cryptid beings that have physical bodies and forms, but possibly they have the ability to jump between different states of reality, right? And maybe they can come here and maybe they can go elsewhere. Who knows? Or maybe they're trapped here. Maybe they come from elsewhere and they came here and they got changed by being here and they're trapped here and they can't get back. But these beings sometimes have supernatural abilities. So it makes me think that they may have a connection with other places. There may be portals that they can use. These are just me making wild guesses, shooting into the dark, as it were, because I don't really know. We don't really have many cryptids. I know that there are some cryptids in South Africa. For example, let's go and take a look here. So we have the water bobian. That's a water baboon cryptid, and it's 6 foot tall, ape-like creature with reddish fur, observed near water sources. This is something that has been seen. Then we have the otang. And the otang, they're like a very big, maybe 7 foot, hairy bipedal creatures, and that's only seen in the Knysna forests. The interesting thing is these creatures are seen in only very particular places. You don't see them everywhere, right? There's some places where you see the Vata Bobian, and there's some places where you see that being in, and I think it's the same in the US. In the US, isn't it, Indy? Like there's particular beings seen in particular places, and those beings aren't seen in other places. They're seen there. And you go to another place, and there's a particular being seen there. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, we have the Jersey Devil up in like the northeast corridor, and then we have like the Chupacabra down in the southwest, and they don't really cross over to anywhere else. So it's definitely a thing. I'm sure there's a bunch more that I'm not mentioning as well.
So we got Mothman. I think that's like an East Coast thing. Yeah, there's a bunch of different like cryptids like based on areas, and Bigfoot is more of the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah, but they even have him in Florida, and he's the skunk ape. They just have different names for him and stuff. But there's actually the Thunderbird sightings that are in also parallel with the pterodactyl sightings, like from Texas over here to North Carolina along this part of the, I guess it's like the latitude. Yeah, this latitude. They see them all across.
Gonna say night.
which is pretty interesting. A lot of people claim that they came, swooped down, and ate their dog and stuff, and it's pretty intense. I've also heard that in the Congo, they have a similar account that there are these thunderbirds or pterosaurs that come from the sky and usually attack people near bodies of water because they usually eat fish. So when people are near the water, they attack the people. But there's also giant spiders that are said to be in the Congo, which fascinate the heck out of me. And the accounts are like so scary. Like they talk about how they have these huge webs, and if you touch the web, you won't be able to escape. And they hide in these little holes, and they come out, and their span of their feet is about 6 feet across. And they're absolutely massive, way bigger than anything we've seen before in science or public mainstream understanding. But there's been so many different accounts of them. Somebody actually got an image of them on a video recently, and it's kind of in the shadows, but these things are horrifying. But like in the places like that, like here I live in the Smoky Mountains, which is a 300 million year old temperate rainforest. So there's stuff here that's been around for a really long time that might not have been discovered yet. And the same goes for the Congo and other rainforests. People don't really go into the deep forest.
What about shadow people? Like, where do they fall into it? Because I've seen shadow people before, but can they like interact with us? Because when I was seeing them, they were just standing still, not moving at all. It was really, really weird. And I'm just wondering, like, do they latch on to us, or are they just like harmless?
I also wonder, maybe shadow people are just people from alternate universes and dimensions, and we just see their shadow. But I've also been thinking that shadows could be just sort of like darkness elementals, essentially, that they might manifest from shadows, dark rooms, pitch black areas, and stuff like that. Because I've been thinking about from like sort of a metaphysical perspective that in a way, a room without its lights on is kind of like a portal to the astral plane, because when you're in a space it's completely dark, there's really, in a visual experiential sense, there's no ground or sky or anything like that. So it's like anything in your mind can sort of manifest, and I think that's a prime like portal location for shadow people to essentially manifest. So it's something I've been actually also been kind of interested in. I have another friend who was really into shadow people and stuff like that.
I call them the jinn, just because, and it's interesting, like, going back to the original question, to Toby, I do know that they have interacted with people, and I've had clients, and there's okay, so let's back this up. I've had friends who've been attacked by them, and they're fairly grotesque attacks. I've had people I've known who've almost, that these things have attempted to rape them. I've known people that have been raped by them. I know some of them have got red eyes. I've seen some with red eyes, but they keep their distance. They're very rare. Normally they're just shadowy, like they like black. They humanoid beings, but they're just black, right? And it's like almost a movement of shimmering inside the darkness. If you look closely, like inside the darkness, it's like a shimmering. Well, not with light though. Does that make sense? It's like just, it's there, but it's not there. It's like, it's a weird kind of a texture. And then my experience with them, I found junctions, places where you can see them easily, and I took friends to see them. I went and took friends there, and you say you saw them. You might have been standing next to a bus stop, or their bus stop. Maybe they were waiting for a bus. I know this sounds weird. You laugh, but I've been to places where they're like going everywhere. They can't see me. It's like there's places where I've looked at them and I don't think they can see me. They're going about their business. It's like they're on a busy market road or something. These ones are going that way and these ones are going there, and they're all traveling in similar directions. And I'm like, oh, where are they going? And they're on their way to work or something. So you can watch them. And I've taken groups of friends and we've watched them, and they've been like, what is this? What are these moving shadows around? I'm just watch. It's like crazy. There are places here on Table Mountain where you can go to watch them. I used to go, but you see them more easily at night for some reason. Normally, although they've got beings as well. Some of them have got like beings. You speak of giant spiders, Indy, that's scary as heck, man. That's a cause for arachnophobia for sure. 6-foot spider, dude, that would give me clampers. Clampers, bro. I'd be getting clampers because I'm okay with spiders, but a 6-foot spider, I don't know how I'd be able to relate to that being so well. I might have to get my katana out. Like, help me relate to it better, you know. But I don't know, maybe there's some work for me to be done there to relate to that consciousness. But I'd feel safer with my katana, to be honest. But yeah, you know, these beings, I have an experience where a portal opened when I was young. When I was about 15, 16, they tried to open a portal near me. And it was in a studio, a pottery studio. The lights were off. The lights, I couldn't turn the lights on in the studio because the lights in the studio ran to a backup switch, which was in the house, right? So you had to hit that main power switch to be able to access the power, because I had helped my mom's ex-boyfriend build a studio at our home, right? And he was a potter. So we'd built him a massive studio at home, but he had rigged up the power so that the power had a double safety cutoff in the house, if that makes sense. So you had to turn the power on in the house to access power outside. And he had done that just in the event of crazy weather, somehow water getting in or whatever, just double safety, because he had good common sense. So he did everything very carefully. He was a builder, and so he knew what he was doing. So I was outside and my dog first alerted me. I felt a presence and my dog was going crazy, and she was like, rah, 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 rah. But I didn't know that it was an energetic spiritual presence. I thought I was going to face someone to fight. And so I was like, it was pitch dark in there. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face, but I could move really silently. And I thought there were gangsters in there. So I went in there to face them in the pitch dark, knowing that I had the edge because I can fight in the dark better than they can. I can see in the dark better than they can. I can move through the dark more quietly than they can. And I'm going to have the edge, and I know that space, right? So I went in there to try and like confront whoever was in that space, thinking I'd be able to, I've got good hearing and night vision better, even though the night vision was useless in there because it was that dark. But my hearing and my sense of smell is strong. So I figured I'd be able to hear them and smell them and find them and deal with them, right? And my dog wouldn't even come in there. And so I went in the dark because it seemed more sense that they might have a knife or a gun or something, right? But that would be less useful to them in the dark. So my brain did all this math, and I was like, I'm going to go confront them in the dark because I'm comfortable in the dark, and I bet you they aren't. You know, I always felt very comfortable in the shadows. And I went in there and I could smell it. I was like, what the it was like a weird metallic, funny kind. I've never smelled that smell. It's like sulfur metals, weird smells. And only later on that I realized, oh, people who have seen extraterrestrials have spoken about those smells. I was like, those are the smells I smelled that time. And then I noticed there was a light starting to spin in the room, and there was a sound like a woo, 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 woo. And I saw this portal this light starting to become bigger, and it became bigger and bigger, and it was like a portal. It was opening. And I saw it was blue light, dude. By the time this light started, then I could literally see in the room. How's that? Pitch dark room. And it went woo 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 woo, and it got like that sound got louder and louder and louder and louder, and there was this weird sound, spinning kind of a sound, and this thing started to open up, and there was blue light, and as it got bigger and opened up, I could see the room with this light there. My dog was outside freaking out, and I was like, that's where the smell was coming from, whatever this thing is. And I was like doing my maths. I was curious. I was like, I wonder what it is. It looks, and then it started to form like a portal. And I saw through the blue, I could see beings standing on the other side of this portal. And then I realized, hold on, those beings aren't human. I couldn't really see them properly, but I could see shapes of these beings, like humanoid shapes, through the portal. And my instinct just went crazy. And I knew I had learned how to use my key accidentally. And I just decided in that moment I was going to devote all of my energy to strike this portal with my energy as hard as I could. And I attacked the portal with a full power, with all my key that I could, with a strike. And as I hit that, there was a popping sound and it closed. So I think that those jinn exist, like Cosmic says. And I don't know that those were the jinn, but my gut says to me that might be what it is. Maybe they were trying to open a portal, but to be honest, that could have been something else. You know, I don't know. But those human-like forms were similar to human size on the other side of this portal. That was like, there was like a blue haze in the portal, but I could see them. And I could see that the shape of the portal was becoming more and more shaped. So I reckon that those beings exist in a parallel sphere, but we can see them here. But some of them can interact with us, and some of them can't see us. But I think some of them have the ability, just like some of us can see them, and some of us can probably interact with them. I think some of them can see us and interact with us. And then there are those with the red eyes. And those ones are particularly, according to a lot of people I know, have had like very bad experiences with the ones with the red eyes. So that's my limited experience of that, what you're talking about, cosmic, like beings that maybe are coming through portals, dimensional fields, and they're able to open up some kind of a passage that they can travel through. And then the jinn, which I've seen much of my life, and they've got creatures, they've got familiars, they've got like funny kind of flat spider things that crawl on the wall. Have you seen them? They're funny flat things, and they go on the walls like quickly. And there's smaller ones and there's big ones. Some of them are big. They're like, I can't explain them. They're not exactly a spider, but they're like a flat kind of a thing that crawls on the walls. And they usually go where there's like power lines. You'll see them where there's like power boxes, you know, electrical boxes. They seem to be drawn to the electricity somehow. And you'll see them around those boxes more than you'll see them where there's no electricity. And I've seen those beings mostly in places where there's like people living with lots of properties and electricity. But sometimes there are places where the veil seems thinner, where you can actually see into their world. And those aren't ones that are interacting with us. Those are just like looking at them, like going about their daily business. So that's the limit of what I can share.
Do you think that the veil's becoming more thin, or do you think that perhaps something's being done, like either at CERN or otherwise, for more beings to sort of come into this realm? Like, is it natural? Is it a natural cycle? Because I can, in my mind's eye, I can see this AI being in relation to this, but I can sense that in the not so long future, like perhaps a couple of years, perhaps it'll be 6G will be some kind of part of it. But I think that this realm is going to be filled with more entities, and I think AI is part of that. And I don't know if it's natural or not that we have cycles where the veil's thinner and then there's more kind of traffic, but I can definitely sense there being more traffic. Have you noticed that at all, any of you guys? Like more
Like
presence?
more spiritual activity going on, more entities interacting. I think there's definitely some truth to that. I think even my Fae friends even mentioned that it's like because of all this like stuff with like, you know, the UFO stuff, like there's all these like portals like opening up right now. It's just like they just kind of like jumped into the world. But yeah, I think in a lot of ways, like, you know, the it kind of fluctuates depending upon the situation. Like we can kind of let entities in, or we can kind of cast them out depending upon, you know, what our metaphysical perspective is at the time, what Zerfaxes and Zerfixes we exist in, and all that stuff. So, yeah, there definitely seems, I think, and a lot of that too, you know, is also opening the fact that we're basically exploring different aspects of consciousness, not just in terms of space with like AI. So there's all these untapped sort of fields of entities and spaces that humans have never really sort of got into before. And it's like, yeah, there's definitely seems to be like all the channels are opening up, and it's like Pandora's box is like, you know, revealed itself essentially. That's kind of what, yeah, there's definitely a Pandora's box opening that I've kind of felt in the past 10 years when it comes to, you know, all matters spiritual and entity wise.
Do you think it's like a natural process, or do you think that there's a like it's being done on purpose, like with CERN, with AI, with these data centers, like, you know, you say you've noticed it the last 10 years, but do you think it's going to start ramping up? So I don't know why. I think maybe I've seen it in some like films or TV series with like more phenomena. Like maybe I can just, that's why I can sense it, because sometimes they put these things in films and series to kind of prep us, like they've done with AI and technology and stuff. But do you think that yeah, so I think it kind of relates to transhumanism as well. Perhaps like some of these beings want to use us as vessels. Perhaps that has something to do with it. But like speaking of, like, I'm not sure if you've talked about ancestral war, but it seems like we're right in the middle of one now, in regards to what I've just mentioned with AI, this artificial data centers, using loads of water. Is it because they know there's going to be more beings and stuff? Is it going to be off-world or beyond world beings? Because I've heard that these data centers are actually to power underground cities and stuff, which is interesting. Like, do they know that something's going to happen on the surface? Are we going to have lots of like interesting stuff happening here that could be UFOs, could be most likely, well, definitely interdimensional stuff? That's what I can sense, is that there's it's an interdimensional war that we're in, that we're just getting into, and I think that we need to be prepared for it. Like, people will say it's blue beam, others will say, oh, they're UFOs and stuff, but they're going to be interdimensional entities, and not all of them are bad. Some will be good, but I think that the good will be demonized, and the bad ones will they'll say they're good, you know, because there's certainly other beings and forces that we can work with, like you do, Cosmic, and that perhaps that there's a kind of, I mean, I don't know, like, what if the Fae I'd be interested to know what the Fae have to say about that. Like, do they feel closer to this realm or further away, or do you feel closer to their realm? Are like the worlds kind of like entwining at the
So
moment?
this is the way I kind of described it, because I was actually talking about them with this yesterday, the whole idea of what they call Clizerfax magic, which is basically, the idea is that, so we exist in our Zarfex, right? And they have a Zarfex that's next to ours. And so the idea is every Zarfex is surrounded by a dream astral. So if you think about like the physical part of the realm as like the actual physical like planet, and the astral realm is essentially like the atmosphere that surrounds the planet. So Zarfex, you think about Zarfex like that, And the idea is you're supposed to take our dream realm and connect it to their dream realm. And that by connecting those different dream realms, it acts as a bridge that allows them to access basically our sphere of influence over here. That's basically how because it's interesting, like, it's not like typical astral projection. I've realized, and the Fae have told me about this too, that the way I interact with this realm is not the typical one. It's not so much that like I float outside of my body and enter a different realm. It's more like I am aware of an extra dimensional space that exists outside of my vision. So it's almost like, so for example, like if you're walking around like, you know, a park in the middle of the day or something, and you look towards like the trees along the skyline, you think to yourself, oh, there's that school I know that's behind there. Oh, there's that one house that I saw. And in your mind's eye, you can kind of like picture that. But with me, it's more like everything that I exist in, like the room I'm in right now, is just like the only thing that exists in my universe. And then everything outside of that small little bubble is the Fae realm. And then that's where the Fae come in, interact, talk with me. And it seems to be that from an extra dimensional thing, because it seems to be what they whisper to me in my ears will oftentimes also automatically happen like in real life. So for example, like there's different spirits will have different synchronicities. Like Raslidia, for example, will show up as a squirrel. And then there's another Fae named Vizuka, and she associates herself with the number 23. And I swear to God, dude, every time like she like talks to me and I really feel her presence strong, I'll look at a clock and it says 23, like consistently. So there's this sense that they're kind of they can in a way interact with our reality. And like, but they do it in a way, these interdimensional beings, they do it in a way that exists outside of our normal understanding of cause and effect. So it's not so much like a, A to B to C to D, where there's like a kind of like a progression of linear time events. It's more like they affect the entire meta of reality as if it always existed. So think of it like this. Instead of like, let's say for a hypothetical person, I want to manifest an apple out of thin air, right? And the idea was there'd be an empty space. I have a mental intention, and then the apple appears out of nowhere. Well, it seems to be more like it's like there's no apple, but instead of making an apple materialize, that you instead get shifted to a dimension where that apple always existed. So in a way, it's kind of like the Mandela effect, or like some of these people who report that they, are on the wrong timeline, and, a certain movie thing is sort of basically like, incorrect or whatever. And I think because they interact with our world in that kind of space outside of causality and time, it can look as if, see, that's what I've realized too, is that when these entities manifest things, they have to do so in a way that conforms to the logic of this world. So it seems like it's sort of plausible to exist. Otherwise, it's basically like a reality glitch. Now, I think I might have mentioned this particular story I had on the podcast, but it was definitely a very jarring experience that I had, and it was a dimensional jumping experience. And people talk about jumping into dimensional timelines, and I tell them, be a little bit more cautious. So let me set up the stage here. So it's around like 2019, and I'm going to my grandmother's funeral, right? And I'm going to the wake. And for proper understanding of the situation, I also had this aunt who was the sister of the grandmother in question. And I was told that like several months earlier that she had died and went to the funeral. My parents went to the funeral, and like, I didn't think much of it because I wasn't like that close to her. So it's like, they'll go and I can just stay home or whatever. And I was convinced that this aunt of mine was dead, right? And so when I went to the funeral, the wake, she was sitting there alive, dude. And I was like, what the hell? I thought you were dead. I was like convinced this woman was dead for like more than 6 months. And here she is alive and conscious. And for a second there, I was like, oh my God, I actually jumped a timeline. I'm in like, what the hell is going on? I legitimately freaked out. And so I talk about this to my folks. I'm like, what the hell is going on? I thought you told me our Aunt Ginny died. And they're like, no. It was your Aunt Jean. Like all of a sudden, it's like the universe like created this Aunt Jean that I never heard of before that I never even knew existed, like some other obscure relative of the family. So the point is, I feel like if things are going to manifest, they manifest in a way as if they've always existed. It's not like it's going to be here one day and then the next day it's going to be gone, or vice versa, or something's not going to be here and it's going to be there. It's basically you're shifting to a universe where that intention is already manifested, rather than you living in the universe and manifesting your intention. It seems to work in a way where it seems like it's always been there. Like it has that kind of meta outside of time aspect. So I think that when entities interact with our world, they interact with it in that similar kind of way. I don't know. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I've had similar things happen to me with quantum leaps, timeline jumping, and stuff. The past life experiences altering the course of history, and like kind of it's in such a way where like you don't remember the old ways usually that things would have happened. Now you have this understanding that the way that's happening now was always the way. And so I've had experiences with that before, and usually I'm the only one. Everyone else just remembers the new way that was never there before for me. And I think in a similar way that happened for you in that situation, you didn't know about this lady until then. And then all of a sudden for you, it was a shock. But for everyone else,
exactly.
You didn't even know. Everyone else know.
Yeah,
And,
exactly.
I think to me that usually points to the fact that something that you did made things change, and they got whisked along with it. They got changed with it, but you were like the catalyst of the change somehow. So, and I think a lot of it comes from being inquisitive about stuff. It's like wondering, like, wait, this doesn't seem right. Whereas, like, I think a lot of people just go along with it. They're like, oh, this must be how it was. And other people will question things like, well, it doesn't seem right. There's something else that was there. And then like, once you think about it, it starts to come back to you like, wait, there was this other thing that's not here anymore. So I think it's possible to uncover these things that they try to hide if it's something that's happening and it's being consciously done. Although I feel like it's something that happens like spontaneously that we can control, but people aren't very aware of. Because when you can control this kind of thing and make it happen, other people aren't going to be able to sit with you and talk to you about it. You're going to have to like feel like you're crazy or something and deal with it on your own. Whereas a lot of people, I don't think, want to be in that state of being, so they just pretend that it didn't happen. But I'm cool with it. I like to be able to see what happens and like see if I can make shifts and stuff. So, but going back to something that Franklin mentioned earlier, like how powerful is thought, and is thought like really intense and powerful compared to like the energy of the body. And I feel like some thoughts have like so much power. Like I've had such powerful thoughts before that like it like moves me from what I'm doing, and I like get up and like get out all this stuff and like start to like write it down, and like these thoughts are like probably channeled information, something like that. It feels like something that where everything connects all the dots.
Or think of it from this way, like imagine like a time where you were really tired and like really exhausted, but then somebody like pissed you off and got on your nerves, and all of a sudden you're filled with all this energy, you know?
Yep. There's that dormant energy that's like laying dormant, that's like ready to be like livened up in us, and that those emotions that we have that can cause a trigger. And I've always used that energy for my labor work that I do. Like if I feel like it's really hard to lift something, I'll just touch on a little bit of my fury, and it'll make things. It's like, oh, I could like throw this thing through the roof right now. It's good when you can be able to channel that energy in good constructive means with cathartic means and stuff. Although it can be hard to do, but once you practice that more, I found that it can be really helpful for things. And
Yeah,
become a
I
hero.
find. Sorry, Andy. Yeah, I find thoughts are like I kind of equate it to like rowing, like moving like through the waters. because like I use with my thoughts, I use etymology to kind of like to guide my ship, to guide my mind's eye. So I'll be like, oh, thoughts. Oh, like it's thoughts is like, it sounds like force. So therefore thoughts is the force which kind of moves us, or that creative force as well. And when I'm at work listening to podcasts, like listening to conversations, I'll be listening to the conversation, but I'll be like, I won't be in the conversation. I'll be like branching out as far as I can go. Like I don't know if it's channeling, but I certainly get a lot of information from somewhere else just by like some trigger words, for example. And it gives me energy, like using this, using the thoughts as the force to propel my mind or expand my mind is kind of like it's kind of like a toroidal. Like I soak it in and then I branch out. It's really difficult to explain, but like I think I've made quite good progress the last 5 or 6 years into like researching a hell of a lot of stuff, because I've tried to fast track my learning, and that's why I've tried to find what is like, how do I know what's true, or what's real, or how do I guide myself rather than getting lost in certain narratives, certain theories or conspiracies and stuff. And that's why I always try to find the essence, and how I get to the essence is just keep digging, keep rowing, keep moving, try to get to the depths of whatever it is by using symbology, etymology and stuff. And when I listen to conversations, people will be talking about things, and I just take a couple of little things, like they'll be talking about one thing, even if I can tell they're like a controlled opposition and they're just waffling about most of it's I know not to be true, there'll be a couple of golden nuggets that I'll use to branch out with other knowledge I have, and I'll use my thoughts to propel me to places that I've never been to, like other realities and stuff, not actually physically being there, just imagining, like imagination. Like I think, yeah, thoughts and imagination is very, very powerful. It's the most powerful energy there is, because like in the beginning was like everything is created from thoughts, like even the universe, like before anything is a thought, before anything is spoken into existence, it's a thought. It's just the pure potential. That's what everything is. And that's the blackness, that's the unseen, which is everywhere, all around us. And we can tap into that. And it's a kind of inward outward thing, because we have to kind of, it's expansion, but it's going inwards using our intuition and our imagination. And at the same time, it expands us. Like when I'm using my thoughts or imagination, like I feel so much lighter, like I feel energized. You know, like having conversations like this, or when I'm at work listening to podcasts, like sometimes I forget to eat because I don't need to eat, because I'm getting energy from the thoughts. The force is what drives me. So I think that it's underrated, our thoughts and imagination. And I think it's the greatest weapon or tool we have in this day and age, with the artificial and AI and this quick fix of like knowing what stuff is our imagination. I think perhaps that's why disorders like ADHD and autism and stuff have sort of been weaponized, and children are being drugged because they think outside the box. And we've had a conversation before about how thoughts can basically interfere with technology, like cosmic. You brought it up before with like what was it? I'm not sure if you can remember. It's to do with like you probably can't remember. It was a few weeks ago. It was something to do with like this random generator. and
randonauting.
Consciousness interfering with it. Like
Yeah.
we're interfering in reality with our
It was
thoughts.
nap.
Why,
Yeah.
yeah. So I'll just finish up. So that's why there's so much done to suppress our thoughts, to literally map our brain, to map the human brain, like Apple are doing. They want to know what we're thinking before we think, and this relates to the ether as well, the aether or the etheric field, that the bridge between the subconscious and the conscious, the formlessness and the form, is the morph, is the creation, which is done by our thoughts. The thoughts is the morphing, and that is what they, the likes of Elon Musk, Bill Gates, or the parasites called the elites in the world, they want to know what we're thinking before we think, so that when we think, they're not actually our own thoughts. That is sort of where we're heading with AI and stuff, is that
It's way
they
more
want to,
sinister than that. It's not
well,
just
yeah,
that they want to program us. Like literally, it's like the idea is if you can turn someone essentially into a blank slate, you can essentially like put your intentions into them and program people what you want. But in order for that process to happen, there has to be like a hollowing out first. You have to remove the original content, remove their mind through, doubt and fear and all these other things. So that way they become trusting of that force, and then they become a willing thing. And I think that what I've realized with AI, there's a kind of like I was mentioning earlier, I was talking about how in a lot of times magical systems, one of the reasons why they're so hard to get away from in cults is that some of these cults actually give you some real power, and you may not want to necessarily give up that power. And I think artificial intelligence is really that. It gives people an artificial sense of intelligence, because what the AI really is it's like an external brain. Instead of using your brain to come up with ideas and thoughts, you're taking this external brain, whereas the actual brain, your mind atrophies and withers away because the robot and the AI is doing all the work. And they've been finding out that like when it comes to like school and stuff, like literacy rates are dropping down and like grades are getting poor. Like kids are actually getting stupider because of artificial intelligence. And the thing about artificial and like computer and AI is it's very easy to think that, what's the capital of so-and-so country? And they think, oh, it's so easy. I can just look it up on my phone. It's there. But if you tell them to do that without the phone, they're just like, So in a lot of ways, what AI is doing is it's giving people a false sense of their own intelligence. It's tricking people into thinking they're smart when they're actually becoming dumber because they're doing none of the work themselves. They're not doing any of the intellectual legwork of figuring out ideas, nor are they engaging with their own imagination to understand reality. So in a lot of ways, what the AI is really doing is it's basically they're turning us into AI. Essentially, that they want to make you into an artificial intelligence that they can program and put into a prompt. Because I think in a lot of ways, that's really what cults do, is that they basically kind of remove all the software from your mind and your soul, and then they basically type a prompt into your consciousness, and that prompt then becomes your new belief system and becomes your new what you think is real and what you think is false. So really, like that to me is like, it's not just that it's like, they want to like control us with AI, but like they want to make us into AI themselves in a way.
Well, it's interesting if you look at AI like as the letters, the A and the I, and if you look at the dollar bill, the I is removed from the pyramid, like the I is removed from its roots. That's no coincidence. And you have 13 as well, like 13 steps relating to mem or memory, as well as 13 bloodline families. But it's interesting with the A and the I being the 1 and the 9, because with the Enneagram, you have the 1 to the 9, and that's to do with the archetypes and potentials as well. I think that's perhaps a hero's journey, the going from the 1 to the 9 and back through the the black to the one again, and it's a cycle. And with the AI, this kind of artificial, it's giving us false archetypes. Like it removes these other, like it's a natural process. These 9 archetypes, I guess from the Ennead as well. You know, the Ennea being the 9. But it's interesting that AI is also a singular eye, like a singular point, a singular observer. Because this kind of singularity we're heading to is like this hive mind. So that kind of relates to what you're saying, Cosmic, where we kind of get our information from the cloud or like servers or whatever, rather than tapping into our mind or the all mind. And you know, the Enneagram mapping the planets as well, which we can tune into because they're frequencies or planes. This is why Starlink is creating a barrier between us and the heavenly bodies, because they're trying to put a wedge between the formless and the form. Here in the matter is the form, and when we tap outside this realm, beyond the firmament, beyond the solid mind, kind of thinking out of the box, we can bring things into this realm. But I certainly believe that Stargate is part of that, to kind of put a wedge between us and the other heavenly bodies, for sure. So I think it's interesting to look at the sort of the A and the I being the A and the I being a 1 and a 9. You have the singular I being the singularity, which is kind of centralized, which is outside of us, like a central eye, like Palantir, the all-seeing eye watching us, rather than our central eye observing and creating reality. And I think it's so symbolic that the capstone is removed on the dollar bill, because the pyramid is an A and the I is an I, and it says on there, "In God we trust." Which God? And it says he'll be so pleased with our plans and our undertakings. It's because with our energy, we've been building this AI, we've been building this artificial reality with our energy. That's what we've been doing. It shows you on the dollar bill.
Wait till they make artificial emotion, then we're really screwed.
Artificial, is that even a thing?
I don't know, but I'm sure that, here's the thing that I've been thinking about. The reason that AI isn't truly sentient is because it's only thought and intellect. It doesn't have a body. It doesn't have any emotional content to it. Because I think about when you go through life, it's not a singular process. When you think about things, usually you're picking between two options. So it's like, you know, do I eat the ice cream or do I not eat the ice cream and go on my diet? You're in a position where you have to pick between your discipline and your desire. Computers don't operate like that. They don't have a desire. They just automatically pick the path of least resistance and just go with whatever is the most logical. They don't think like that. And because they don't have that open, it's all very linear. It's just point A to point B to point Z. And it's just made, because it's so complicated, it only creates the illusion of sentience. But I think in a weird way, there's a kind of an upside to this, just from like learning from a perspective, that I think that if an artificial intelligence isn't conscious, then to me, that would essentially prove that, you know, thoughts in the brain can't alone explain what consciousness is. Because, you know, if they say it's just like an algorithm, because that's basically the materialist theory of consciousness, is that we're just kind of like this random algorithm that amalgamated from different states of matter that just kind of, you know, formed consciousness, you know, out of its own. And they think that, and to me, to see that there are these computers that basically, you know, they seem to talk like human beings, but they really don't have any soul. That actually kind of proves it basically, to me, in my opinion, actually proves materialism is wrong, and that there is a sort of the possibility of what they call a philosophical, zombie or whatever.
What was that about, a zombie?
Philosophical zombie is the idea that somebody looks and appears conscious, but they don't have any actual inner sentience. Like it's basically a fancy term for an NPC, essentially.
Right. So that would be the realm of shells that Steiner spoke about.
Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense.
So, because like the eighth sphere, I didn't know what it was, and I've not looked into it other than it's just the realm of shells, and I can kind of just work that out. But it's funny because the eighth sphere sounds like eight Sophia, and that's literally what it is. It's the eating of our wisdom. It's the suppression of the sphere in replacement of the cube, the Minecraft of, like, does that make sense?
Yeah, there's some. I've been thinking about like how we're so that the Minecraft like sort of narrative is sort of making people think more about like cubes and sort of like ordered, like organized ways, because it's like it's interesting when you think about the world as being pixelated. Like, I think that kind of reinforces materialism, because materialism is basically the idea that like everything is just atomic pixels that build things up. And the thing is, if you because this ties into this whole, the Fae talk about the void Zerfikes, which is basically the atheist materialist one. And the idea is that the Zarfex is split into the two main zones, the Zarfex interior, which represents physical reality, and the indeterminate zone, which is the astral spiritual plane. And what the Ozerfikes does is it completely voids out that indeterminate zone. So it's just the Zarfex interior. Well, the point of that, like you were mentioning before, Toby, about the shells, and I think that's what the powers that be, they want us to do, is they want to hollow out our personalities and who we are, so they can kind of like, fill it up. And I think that's another thing I've noticed in culture lately, when it comes to either not just like, entertainment and architecture and art. It seems that in general, a theme that I've noticed is that it's not so much that maybe there's like a lack of soul, but a lack of personality. Things don't seem to have as much personality anymore when it comes to our entertainment, or even just how people are. Like, I feel like it's like some younger people and like stuff like that, and don't have as much personality anymore. And I think there's something about that personality, that soul, that they're trying to either like take for themselves or sort of like hollow out, because that personality is the thing that says, no, I'm not going to put up with this bullshit. I'm not going to, put up with this indoctrination. So if you can get rid of that personality, that spark, then you can put in whatever you want, and basically they can turn you into their automaton.
Well, yeah, that's what they did in 2020, because it was in October, it was event 201, which is Boa or Ba, either Boa constrictor or Ba being the human-headed bird in Egypt. And the Ba would relate to your identity or your like personality. And with what happened in 2020, that was about extracting the identity or personality. That's why there was so much cult-like behavior, and people are probably bored of hearing people talking about it, but there's so much depth to what happened, so much psychological manipulation done to, like, standing 6 feet apart, self-isolating. There's this, that, so much done, and whatever happened, it extracted extracted people's identity, and that identity is what relates to our dreaming and imagination as well, I believe, too. It's all part of the process of extracting that. So that's the Ba. And then the Ka, the vital essence or life force, it seems is to do with this energy crisis, and that this energy crisis is multi-layered, as is everything. It's energy as in petrol, yes, but it's also energy as in us. Like they're trying to do so much to extract our energy, like our chi, our vital life force, that protects us. And what I mean by that is that if we don't have a field around us protecting us, that we're going to be more susceptible to manipulation, because it was dark magic. What happened in 2020? It was dark magic, and they've tried doing it again with meningitis a couple of months ago. Now hantavirus, and the amount of people sharing stuff on social media, absolutely destroying that narrative, is amazing, because that didn't happen in 2020. But now they keep rolling out things, and people keep, like, there's so many decoders, like, to help people see, like, what's really going on. So
Yeah, and I think it also kind of opened up this idea of expert culture, because one of the things that was going on with COVID was the idea that you alone did not have the authority to sort of determine these things, for yourself. We have to defer to the experts, defer to the people that, but I've realized when it comes to, I think I talked about this in the last, podcast or whatever, that, anybody can have like a badge or, expertise and, be an expert and have qualifications or something. But having expertise and qualifications is not really what makes you a good scientist in that sense. To me, being a good scientist is somebody that is willing to admit they're wrong if the evidence says so. And I think that these so-called experts were not willing to listen to counter evidence. They weren't willing to listen to the other side. And when they're not, then that's how you know someone is not really being scientific, by the way. If you prove their theory wrong with clear evidence and they keep backpedaling and moving the goalposts. So don't let the idea of like qualifications or expertise, confuse you. There has to be something that backs them up. In the same way, like if you think about like Christianity, for example, a lot of people will talk about, faith in Christ and love and humanity and serving people. But, anybody can say they're a loving person, but maybe they're not really so loving in real life, because it's like people, I think they have a certain expectation, but they don't actually meet the reality of it, right? They're not actually sort of the thing. And with science, there's an ideal in regards to being objective and being honest. But I think most human beings are still biased, and they still have their, proclivities and, favors towards things. So they'll, still be illogical. So, and I think in general, it's a bigger part of the culture and the situation that we're dealing with, because I think that's kind of like a deeper problem that's not just it's more apparent in 2020 for sure, but it's been with us since antiquity. The idea that you got to trust the experts, you got to trust the scientists, the priests, the magicians, the gods, and never your own judgment. And to me, like a lot of people, when they talk about my Fey magic stuff, it's like, oh, you're like an anarchist, you're like, anti-society, you're selfish because you're coming up with rules for yourself. And it's not so much that I want to be like, some kind of elitist or something. I just want to understand existence on my own terms, because I don't like the idea of somebody holding unknown knowledge against you. So the idea like you're in a religion and you thought you were a good person your whole life, and then you realize like, nope, you're actually sinful because you did and now you're going to hell. And like you want to know what you're doing, and being able to discern reality for yourself is important, because truly manipulative people, if they want to make you crazy, is they want to make you doubt your own perception, doubt your own judgments. And I think that with this COVID arm prick adventure, that is a very prime example of something like that happening.
I really love that name is caught on. The arm prick adventure.
It's catchy, I admit it.
The COVID arm prick adventure. Yeah. It's like we had to be so careful about what we said a while ago, didn't we? Because like you say the wrong words and like, you get shot like off of the internet. he has been removed from the internet because he said the wrong word. But on Prick Adventures, it's like a fun thing. You tell a story, you tell the kids. Once upon a time, kids, there was an arm prick adventure, and it's all fluffy and it's sweet and it's soft and it's gentle. Only there's a dark side. There's a little witch who lives in a cabin, the dark side of Baba Yaga, for example. But what you guys are talking about, the energy, the harvesting, the Harvard sting, right? The scientists come with their Harvard sting, right? Harvesting your energy with their science. The arm prick adventure, like it's all part of a harvesting campaign. And energy, if we think about it, like, okay, so it's our inner G, like OG, But G is an interesting sign. If you think about what a G is, look at a capital G for a moment. Look at a small g. A small g is a spiral that comes out of a point and gets bigger. It's a golden phi, right? Starts with a small thing, it gets bigger and bigger. It's a phi. The big G is a big G that's becoming a small spiral, right? So a G is a spiral. Like the Freemasons with their G. You're like, well, what are they talking about G? I think G has got to do with the pentagram, the hidden ood to the pentagram, to the mathematics of the pentagram, the scalability of the pentagram that basically fits it into a fractal scale of itself. And like, if you know this, like if you draw a pentagram, you draw your apex 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So imagine those are the lines. Imagine imagine it's just an earth banishing, right? So it starts like that. So you've got your two sides, and if you take the third 1, 2, 3, 4. If you take the fourth line, which is the crossbar of the pentagram, and you draw a line from that crossbar, right? That will be the point of the next pentagram within that point. And then if you draw the line of that pentagram down, the next pentagram will form. So they scale, and those all fit into a perfect scalability. And that happens to be in sync with the phi, golden spiral, which is really interesting if you just look at the dynamics of how an pentagram. And then the pentagram, of course, has 72 degrees on one side and 108 degrees on the other side. So we've got the quinence of the 72 for the zodiac, and we've got the 108 of the Vedic school of, the astral sciences and the etheric sciences side by side. So the pentagram is a unifying structure. So we go back to the G representing the golden phi spiral, which is perfectly shown in the pentagram. Hence, it's the most stable structure that there is, right? That's why we make pentagonal shaped forts, the star forts with pentagons, because, well, it's the strongest structure that there is. The walls are less likely to collapse if you bombard them, if it's got that angle, right? That particular angle of a pentagon shape is the strongest. Hence, that's Pentagon in the USA, right? They didn't do that by chance. They did it because it's the most likely kind of a building to be able to survive a missile strike because of its shape, literally. So that G, energy, right, is related to the forces of gravity of what is existence manifesting, which is like God, pressure, and that inner G, that release of inner pressure, is the substance of your soul. So when we speak of energy, we're actually speaking of the soul, if we think of like where the word associations are. So any energy that's being moved it's got to do with your soul, whether it's electricity, which is quite interesting if we think about what that implies with regards to the way that we live wastefully in the modern day and age. Yeah, like we've learned to be very wasteful. of energy. And so we waste our own personal energy falling for ploys, right? Like the ploy of employment. And so we give our life's blood to a corporation that uses our service to make loads of money and then pay us a little wage. I mean, for those of us that aren't thinking out of the box and going, hold on, let me be my own employer. If I'm going to be employed, bloody hell, I'm going to be the employer. Like, if I'm going to fall for any ploy, it's going to be my ploy. I know that the money ploy is a bit of a bummer, but I've got kids, so I've got to focus on like getting food for the kids, and it's a big sham, but I don't want my kids to be like suffering like the hunger side of the sham, right? So like there's gonna be a ploy. Let it be my own ploy. I'm not falling for your ploy or his ploy or her ploy or their ploy. But so it's quite interesting when we look at this energy harvesting system, which is like the economic system, isn't it? And so economics is eco. So what is eco? Well, eco is ecology, right? So we've got ecology, right? Ecol. And then we've got econ. Oh, econ. Oh, the con of energy. Conning you out of your energy. Economy. And economy is quite interesting because like econ of me. I'm the one being conned here. Everybody who's being conned, I'm being conned. This is called the economy. So like they've really got us dancing around their shapes of numbers that decides the value of what we've got, when in actual fact, like, who the hell are they to decide what the value is of what we've got, right? Who is some banker to decide what my time is worth? Well, they get to decide the economy. They get to decide the value of money through the games they play with investment, and then they decide what the money of our currency is worth, which is then going to decide what my time is worth. So it's like a really interesting game that's really been like running for a long time. That must be why, like in the Bible, it says, "Give unto Caesar that which is his," right? Don't give him your time. Don't give him your labor. Don't give him his own money. Yeah, you can keep your money, man. Like, we don't need it. Like, it's gold. Yeah, it's all cool. Like, I can't eat it. Like, I'll rather just go into the field and grow some apples for my kids or whatever, because that's, to me, like, worthy. But we've been sort of conned into believing that we need to follow their systems, which is also led us to the path of education, which is like how they get our mental energy. And then, as if that's not enough, they then have to harvest our spiritual energy through religion, right? So, like, what legion are you in? Which religion? So get us all into like a military legion, so that we can have this legion against that legion against that legion. Which religion are you in? Well, in this legion. Are you against that religion? Yeah, those religions are enemies. Can we go and get them? Yeah, God has ordained that you can get them. There's a weapon, and set them like fighting with each other, So a lot of wars have been fought over this religion business. And I think like the energy harvesting is something that they are refining now to get to like a fairly acute level. Anyway, that's my 2 cents worth while I wait for my 2 things. I'm buying a kettle and I'm making cocoa on the stove because kettle's busted and I should have bought one last week and I didn't. And I was like, that's it. I've been too busy with work and not busy with the other things. So I'm going to
I also think with like the word religion, it's like the part of the word implying that there was a legion and then they tried to recreate that legion, because often that's kind of what a religion is. Someone will have some kind of mystical visionary experience, and then the religion will try to recreate that understanding, implying like you have a mystical experience, you form a legion with the entities, and then religion is trying to recreate that legion through stories. And it was a thought that just came to my head.
Yeah, religious sounds like really jealous as well. And that's why there's so much fighting between religions, because you're like, that's not the true God. My God's the true God. But really, you're jealous that they have a different perspective of you, because otherwise you wouldn't really care. That's what it comes down to. You're jealous in one way or another, because why would you care? Like, they're not you. Let them get on with it.
In a lot of ways, like I've been thinking about religions like bubbles, and disproving a religion or fighting against religion is akin to, popping said bubble. So if you think about religions and sort of as sort of egregoric organisms that are sort of like fighting for their survival, for one thing to be true, it kind of kills the other religions. So they're literally, in a sense, fighting for their survival in this kind of like, king of the hill type deal. And I think honestly, we gotta like, we as individuals gotta be like, no, we're not part of this fight. We're not part of this battle. We're not going to be in the crossfire of this thing, because I think when it comes to this situation, in this story of the world, like I never felt like I was necessarily like on the good side fighting the bad side. I'm like, oftentimes I find myself feeling like I'm sort of in the middle and of two sides fighting each other, and neither side really seems good. But there's a lot of people who are just kind of like, I don't know what's going on. They're just sort of like, self-aware and stuff like that. So I think in order to like, we have to kind of learn to get to that meta reality or whatever. Not the Zuckerberg one. That's the, obviously we know that's the fake one. I just bought more land in the metaverse. Not that meta, but that like the outer Zarfek stuff I'm talking about, or you guys with like the the spiritual planes and the other extra dimensional realms, and like it's important to have that outside perspective, because I think when you spend too much time on the inside, too much time in this world, you forget there's a world outside, and you really start to lose perspective, and you start to think that, everything here is like so important. And it's sure on some levels it is important. But I think sometimes that importance gets so great within us that, when that importance is so valuable that we're willing to like fight and kill over it and harm people over it just because we want to feel special or important, then I think that's a point. It's like, okay, maybe we need to think of ourselves as being a little bit more insignificant, like, and I don't know if people like that idea or not. I guess people have different points of view, but and by insignificant, I wouldn't say irrelevant, but just small on the cosmic scale of things. Not to say that you're not part of something, that your existence isn't meaningful. But I think that sometimes when you put yourself, like, I think about like Atlas, right? Atlas's burden was that he has to literally carry the entire world, on his shoulders, right? And I don't think we need to like, and sometimes by taking this world too seriously, we kind of burdened ourselves. And, I think Oscar Wilde, like he had a quote, I think one of my friends like was always interested. It's like, life is too important to take seriously. And I think there's something to that. And I think when it comes to like, got what you guys are talking about with like the COVID stuff and all the powers that be, they really want you to take life seriously. They want you to take it so seriously, so terrifyingly stark, and oh my God, the world is ending. And that there's a fear energy in that, And so I think that, being open to mystery and open to the unknown, kind of like it's a way to like remove the spell or demystify a lot of this stuff, because it just seems small and insignificant. And I've been thinking about from a symbolic perspective, with the Fae, because in most like stories and literature, they're always portrayed as tiny. And recently I've been thinking that the reason they're portrayed tiny is because their perspective is that the universe is so vast, because they're small and the world is big to them. And that what that symbolizes to me is having a perspective that the world is massive and vast. And you think about like giants, and like the reason that they're always kind of portrayed as like, oafs or buffoons is because they think they're the biggest thing there is, and that there's nothing bigger than them. And so we're just kind of being like, portrayed by like giants. Because it's like, I was thinking, like I always kind of like, I know I'm more of the skeptic in this round table here. And that, when it comes to talk about giants, the Nephilim. I don't know if I can believe in literal giants, but I can certainly see that there were definitely at least metaphorical giants that we had to deal with, or at least giants that existed within your subconscious. I mean, I'm not going to get into a debate whether they were real or not, because obviously you have your opinions, I have mine, and that's not really, I don't really care about that. But
Cosmic, what do the Fae have to say about giants? Because didn't the Fae and giants coexist with dragons not so long ago?
I'll have to ask them. It's not something I've talked to them about.
Let us know what they say.
Yeah.
Maybe that'd be an interesting conversation, because it is interesting that you believe in the Fae, but you don't believe in giants.
Well, it's let me explain what I mean by that. It's not that I don't believe in giants. It's that I don't believe that there are giants that took on literal physical bodies in this physical space. I can see them existing in the indeterminate zone, but not necessarily within the Zarfex interior. So the Fae, they don't have an existence where they can be comprised of physical particles or atoms, but they're pure consciousness. So I can see giants existing as like dream realm type entities interacting with our realms. As for history, well, I don't know. I wasn't there. Maybe they were real. Maybe they weren't. I mean, it's not entirely impossible that there were, larger humanoids. I mean, they found skeletons of people that are 12 feet tall. But to me, it's like, it's not really even relevant anymore. I mean, even if all you guys are saying is true, it's like, it doesn't like invalidate anything I'm saying. It's there regardless. So
Cosmic.
As for the giants themselves, I'm not sure. I'll have to kind of like inquire more on that.
I think this is really relevant, and it's a relevant point, because I believe that the Fae existed here, giants existed here, dragons existed here, water beings existed here, and now we have us. Like, we have us and the animals, but perhaps they're still here, they're not over there. I mean, like the Fae or dragons and stuff, we can't see them in this realm anymore, and that's a problem. I think
it's because they are extra dimensional, like the entities we've been talking about. So I guess, yeah. But my
point is that these beings used to protect us. They used to protect this realm. And then now we can't see them, so people don't believe in them. So therefore, their power in this realm isn't what it used to be. What about that?
I think, it's not that I don't think that there's any truth to that, but I guess I think of spirits existing in a different way. So the idea is that there are sort of like, there's physical entities, and that there are sort of these more like astral. So there's entities that exist within the Zarfex interior, which is more the physical half of reality. And there are entities which exist in the indeterminate zone, which are more like your Fae, your dragons, ghosts, etc., etc. And we're kind of like we human beings are like the bridge between these two worlds, right? So in a lot of ways, we have seen these entities before, but I think a lot of it is because we had more of a higher dimensional perception, perhaps. Because you think about think about it from a Zarfexological standpoint. Like, I think it's a helpful way of understanding like consciousness. So if you believe in materialism and that all there is this 3D reality, you essentially only perceive existence as one Zerfax, right? There's one universe around you, and that's pretty much it. But if you believe in a magical universe, you believe in God and spirits, then you probably have to contend that there are at least two Zerfaxes in existence, a Zerfax for the physical world and a Zerfax for the astral and, etheric realms, etc. And perhaps even a third Zerfax for God to kind of like tie it all together. So in a way, I guess what I'm trying to say is like, with these entities that I'm talking about help us to achieve that dual Zerfax consciousness. So the reason that people can't see them anymore is because their perception only allows them to see the immediate Zerfax in front of them. This is what the void Zerfax does, is it basically takes your third eye and essentially like blacks it out with tar so you can't see anything. And that's what happened. We're all third eye blind, right? That's what's happening with people, with media and what we're taught in schools. That's what I was talking about earlier, Franklin, about how beliefs affect reality, because we've been taught all this skeptical stuff. Because you have to think about it, another thing, because it makes sense energetically too. It's not just that you're being taught that entities don't exist and that there are no spirits. There's also a sadness that comes with it, and an anxiety about death, and like just like an empty, depressing feeling. And that energy is more the thing that kind of cancels out. And that is a psychic intent. And that's like essentially like in magic, like when someone does like a mute spell on you. So the idea is like when the boss would do like a mute spell, you couldn't perform any of your magical attacks. You can only do like, physical attacks. So in a lot of ways, what's going on from my perspective is that we are only taught to perceive reality with one Zerfax, whereas I think ancient people with who more were open to spirits could perceive more Zerfaxes, right? They could perceive an additional Zerfaxes to perceive these additional realms. So you think about it, like if I can perceive with one Zerfax, I have this 3-dimensional realm. But if I have 2 Zerfaxes, I can perceive 2 3-dimensional realms, essentially giving me 4th dimensional perception. And I think that 4th dimensional perception is what the elites are trying to take away from us. They want to get us to lower dimensional, back to a basic 3-dimensional realm. Because you think about it, 3 dimensions is less complicated than 4. And if it's less complicated, that's easier to control. So that's how, I'm not saying you have to believe my take, but that's how I conceptualize those. So it's not so much that I say they're not real. It's more that they're not real in the way that you think they're real. I have a different conceptualization of how it's like they exist, but I see them existing in a different way, existing in a different aspect. So it's not that I don't believe in giants. It's that I don't know if I believe that they existed in the way that you think they did. If that makes any sense at all. I don't know if it does. But yeah, that's basically, but yeah, that's kind of like how I have to clarify, because it's not that I don't believe, because it's like, it's hard when you believe that everything is a multiplicity instead of a singularity. You have to like think differently about how you understand how you believe in something. It's like, it's interesting that when you believe everything is one thing, it's very distinct. Oh, I believe this, I believe that, but when you're perceiving multiple realities simultaneously, you're just kind of like, I don't know, man. It's really mind-boggling. So I think that's how I would understand what was happening in terms of that, because I think that, with different perception and sort of entering this sort of empty, because if you think about it, it's like, from my perspective, like a dream realm, it's like we've been kind of cast into a shadow realm, a kind of a shadowy version of this reality that's basically created by this kind of like atheist materialist, whatever. And I don't know, I'm kind of rambling, but yeah, basically like so the Fae exist for me in that particular way, because ultimately I'm an idealist metaphysically. I believe that consciousness is the primary, motivator for things, but I think that there's also more complicated aspects that create these material realms, which they refer to as solid Zarfexes, and that basically there's like physical entities and there's astral entities, and they kind of exist in their own biomes in the same way, like, a penguin is going to exist in Antarctica and a camel is going to exist in the Sahara, and not the other way around. You don't see Saharas and camels existing, in frozen wasteland. Likewise, you don't see penguins, hanging out in the pyramids in the Egyptian desert. So that's the way I look at it. And that's more what I'm saying. It's not that I'm saying that camels aren't real. I'm just saying they never existed in the North Pole. If you understand by what I mean by that metaphor.
Well, I'm just gonna play devil's advocate that when there's pole shifts, what if there were camels in the North Pole? Because we know that there's pyramids.
And that's the other thing too. In Zarfexology, everything potentially exists. So it's a lot of ways these realities, they have existed in a sense, but in a way, you believing them has in some sense actualized them. You, by believing in them, you brought them into existence and gave them life, right?
Well,
See,
the
that's what I've been
only
talking about. So I don't, and that's the thing about spirits. It's complicated because it's like, it's kind of one of those chicken egg kind of conversations, because it's like, okay, maybe people come up with that these gods are like collections of human thought, but then if time isn't linear, and that maybe that this is a thought form that came from beforehand, you don't know where it began or where it starts. So when I'm skeptical of things, I'm not skeptical of them in the same way that like a Richard Dawkins, for example, would be skeptical, where he says it flat out doesn't exist. For me, it's like I put things in specific Zerfaxes and specific spots in Zarfex space, and I say, this probably exists here and this probably exists there, but it might not exist over here. So I'm skeptical in a different way, and I just wanted to kind of clarify, like, when I say I don't believe in things, what I actually mean by that.
Well, it's interesting you mentioned space, because I always view space as like energy, or like S being like a light wave, and then pace, because we measure space by the pace of light, and that ties into the fourth dimension as well. And then what I was talking about with the flipping of the poles, because the only difference between a camel being in the North Pole and the South Pole is time, because over time the climate shifts, and by climate I mean the psyche, like the human psyche, or like on the bigger, broader off-world spectrum of things, they shift. And perhaps now we're kind of at a shifting point where there's beings that should be somewhere else, but they're here, if that makes sense. So you're using the analogy of a camel and a penguin, but what if now these camels and penguins are kind of flipping because the climate is shifting, and it's not shifting, it would shift slowly over time, but something's happened to speed it up, if that makes sense. So perhaps this is what I was saying about, like, I can sense that there's going to be beings in this world that shouldn't be here, and
here's another way to conceptualize it. All right, so let's kind of like use a thought experiment here, and let's just take these two different universes that we talked. So we have one, Zerfax A. We have a universe where giants and all these things are all just metaphorical. And we have universe B, where they are, basically literal. So in Zarfaxology, they're saying both of these things fundamentally exist, like sort of outside of time. And we as human beings choose to align ourselves to which one. Do we align ourselves to the skeptical universe, or do we align ourselves to the believing universe? And I was thinking about this too, like, because we talk about like time and time being an illusion, something, because I think about it. If atheists believe that time started from the Big Bang, and Christians believe that it started with, the Bible or whatever, aren't those essentially two different if those are two different origin stories, then those are two different beginnings of time, two different timelines. So every religious belief system has its own timeline. So there's an atheist timeline, Christian timeline, Buddhist circular timeline. They all have their own timelines, right? I think that's kind of interesting.
That's an interesting perspective. And I think that there might be, okay, so if we take a moment and we go back to the very old writings. Wow. Speaking of energy, I bought a kettle just a little while ago, and it'll be delivered tomorrow before lunchtime. This is the world we're living in, dude. It's like late at night here. It's like 10 o'clock at night. I just bought a kettle. It'll be coming tomorrow morning. It's just to think of like how the world is moving, like in commerce, right? You can buy anything and it'll be there like instantly. South Africa is pretty good when it comes to deliveries and stuff. Our shopping is pretty jacked up. We've got the best consumer rights as well. But anyway, in South Africa, if you buy something online, all you have to say is it's not fit for the purpose that I bought it for, and you have to get a refund within 6 months. And there's no countering that by law. So you're pretty sorted if you buy things online. But yeah, getting to this giant story. If we go and we okay, so there's different stories. There's different versions of these stories. There's the Oglia, called the Oga. In some stories it's called the Ogia, and some stories it's called the Oglia, I think, Ogiala. And then there's the stories in the apocryphal stories, apocryphal writings. There's the stories of Shemyaza. But there's many different stories. There's the Persian versions. There's the Hebrewic versions. There's the Greek stories. Interesting. Then there's, of course, the stories of the Norsemen, right? And but when you look at the more traditional stories and the Greek story as well, the story of the Grigori, and then of course there's the Sumerian story of the Ijiji, which is the same story as the Grigori of the Greeks. So all of these stories of the giants are there. They're all quite similar. One of the things that's suggested is that these beings came to Earth when they weren't supposed to. The Grigori version, the Greek version, says that they came from another dimensional space. Well, no, it doesn't say that. Well, we can infer that. The Sumerian story is much more tighter writings that you can infer a lot more onto, but they came from somewhere else. Put it as a concept. Then there's the Gnostic stories about these beings that came here. And so there seems to be these stories. Oh, and then of course there's the Indian stories, the Vedic stories of the Rakshas and the Yakshas of the Yakshas of the Persian peoples and the Rakshas of the Vedic peoples, the Indian peoples. And they came with the Ashuras. Well, the Ashuras were responsible for creating the Rakshas in the Vedic stories. But the Asuras are big, strong, powerful beings with supernatural ability. The Rakshas are like gigantic, monstrous beings. Many of them ate humans. Same story we'll get in North America, right? Of giants, the Navajo tales. And there seems to be a convergence with a lot of these stories that in the one version of the story, it's Michael, Auriel, Raphael, Gabriel, and they got together and they plotted to give these giants a powerful tool. That's where the Tetragrammaton came from in that particular version of the story. And it was given to the giants because they would use it to destroy themselves. And the angels were wise, and they gave them the power to destroy themselves, and they fell for the trap, and they did. So there's the stories of how, and Shemyaza's story version of the story is also that there were traps cast for the giants. Shemyaza and the crew, they called it the Fika Oath in those versions of the story, which is a Fika Oath that came from the divine realm, which was a great power that could be wielded here on the earth. And that Fika Oath, they had these breastplates they would wear on their chests. It sort of makes you think of the ancient Egyptian, what do they call those plates again? I forget, I've got one. It's a plate with inscriptions on it, that you wear on your chest plate. Mine's a copper one. You were talking about copper earlier, Gaz. I got a beautiful piece of copper. Beautiful, made by a very close friend of mine who manufactured it for me I don't know, 4 decades ago, whenever it was. Was it 4 decades? No, not quite 4 decades. 38 years ago. Anyway, and so this idea of these beings got together and they conspired, and they conspired to change reality. They conspired to do something to change reality so they could get access to us. And in that changing of this reality, they trapped themselves in some way. And then they were able to be defeated. and they then could not propagate their bloodlines, but they left a legacy behind of monsters. In Vedic stories, we speak about the Rakshas, and so there were terrible wars fought to get the Rakshas off the earth, and they were described as big monstrous beings with like bloodthirsty, desires and needs and requirements. And in the Vedic stories, they're always going off and they're kidnapping the princesses because they want to breed with them. Because they want offspring, right? So they can reincarnate. Because you need offspring, you need a family tree to come back here. If you didn't leave your roots here, you didn't put your seed here, it's like a tree. If a tree didn't put its seed here, it doesn't have a legacy, a lineage. So if we didn't leave our seed behind here, then we can't come back again. And they need to come back because they've got nowhere else to go. So like they're cut off from everywhere else. This is it. So this is their final show for them. And they now don't have access to the show here. But the story goes that they somehow fiddled with physical reality and changed it. So there's an interesting idea. I mean, I don't know if this is true. This is just something I'm putting out there just based on the old scrolls. But that could be interesting with regard to the conversation that you guys are having, because it's sort of maybe the reality that we're living in now isn't the reality that we lived in then. It sort of makes sense on the backdrop of this conversation. It's just what I was thinking while I was making myself a cup of cocoa.
Everything you've just said is happening right now. Like everything you just said, with beings tricking other beings with some kind of technology. Like I was just thinking, yep, AI, like beings sort of like messing with DNA and stuff to do with like bloodlines. Like everything that you were just talking about is happening right now. It's mad. Like I hear so many myths and stories and stuff, like even in the Emerald tablets. And when we were reading that out, it's like that's happening right now. It's crazy. I'm gonna head off, guys. But yeah, it's been a great show today. Shame I wasn't able to join you a bit sooner, but
Yeah.
I'm tired, so I'm gonna
I always like having you on, man. Take it easy.
take care, guys. Much love. See you soon.
Om Shanti, big love, dear brother. Travel safe to your bed pillow and enjoy your Club Duvet experience. And yeah, man, and have a lovely Sunday. Om
Much
Shanti.
love. Take care. Bye.
You know, it's interesting. While I was like listening to you guys, I'm, took a few edibles and I feel the presence of the Fae right now. And they're just kind of like whispering to me about what I was just saying about like, kind of saying that we're like kind of the Sliz just basically saying we're sort of both wrong. Like with the Zarfax theory, it's like you have to realize like there's multiple timelines happening here. What we're actually seeing is like a convergence of different timelines intersecting like a knot. So it's like you have the magical universe and the mundane universe. And what's happening right now is these universes are colliding into each other. That's what we're seeing right now. And because they're basically telling me that, like, if you take on like one coherent perspective of what the past is, then you're basically kind of like Zerfixed into one Zerfax channel. I know I'm using some of the jargon here, but it's like to really get that higher dimensional perspective, it's like they're telling me like you got to abandon this idea of a singular past, like coming from a singular past origin point. Because it's like I'm thinking about it in my mind. It's like I'm picturing in my mind like the timeline where the giants are real and like almost like a path, like a mountain path going up to like a plateau, and each timeline being like different mountain paths leading to this plateau that we're currently at. And so it's like Sliz is basically telling me, it's like, no, you got to accept both of these worldviews simultaneously, Rich. You're cosmic. You're still believing in the mundane one. And it's like, you have to kind of believe in both simultaneously. And I'm like, oh, that's what I got to do. So I just kind of wanted to add that because I feel like it's an interesting side piece of the conversation that they wanted to kind of fill in on.
I think that does make a lot of sense, that we are in a cosmic super possible future past. And the fact that time's not linear adds an extra spanner to the works, right? Because it's happening in the future and it's happening in the past and it's happening in the present, like Toby was basically pointing out, And then it's happening in different ways, right? In different futures. The reason why all these realities can converge is because they share a vibrational synergy, right? Otherwise, they would be repelling each other. And the fact that they share vibrational synergy means that the proverbial narrative of all the stories must be somehow synchronized. So there must be a universality. Is there such a word? Universality? Did I just make a new word?
I think I've heard that word before.
Damn. I thought it was
I
my
think it was
word.
universality, not universality.
Universality.
Yeah.
Sounds salty. Universality.
It is
Is
a
that going to
little
make my
salty.
cocoa taste salty?
It is kind of a salty word.
It does. It's a bit salty. But okay, universality. I don't know. Universality makes more sense, I suppose. Damn, I thought that was my word. I was going to like hashtag Chickshu's Bush Whisperer, my word. I can't earn that word. Dang, you took that word away from me, Cosmic. Bugger.
I have that power.
Word stealer. That was my word. Oh, word. But yeah, the idea that all these realities have a certain theme, but the theme, like you say, doesn't play out the same, right?
No.
It's like a different, like it's a different version of the same patterns of time, and they're all sort of somehow converging vibrationally to have a synergy and a resonance.
Mm-hmm.
That does sort of make sense, that there could be different versions of the same story, and they're all converging now, but they're all really the same story, but they're not the same story because they're unique. They all each got a unique horn, you know? It's an interesting concept.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to, I got a little, my Zarfex diagram in the, so basically the idea is this chart, as I mentioned before, the Zarfex interior, this section over here, basically represents physical, mundane reality. And then this side is more the astral. So when I was talking about cryptids earlier, my thing is that the giants and the fae and all this stuff, they exist over here in this area. And you people are claiming that they exist here. That's kind of what I was saying. But the point is, it's like each one of these, because each one of these is also associated with the Zerfike. So the Nezerfax channel, which is associated with linear time, logic. This is the atheist Zerfikes exists in this channel. And then the Azerfax, which is related to shapes, society, building. This is like Christianity and Judaism. And this section, I would say here, is more like this channel is usually like Hermeticism, and Hinduism is usually in this the Slizerfikes channel. Then you have over here the more magical, occult channel, and then you have like this is the Ether. But the point is, each one of these channels essentially has a different origin story of the universe. So effectively, each one of these channels has its own unique timeline. So the Nezerfax just kind of like guides all of it, like a fan, blowing, objects in a room, and everything else is just kind of going along with the momentum. But at the same time, there's like this one, because the origin story for this particular sector is different than this one. So instead of saying that one is true and one is false, by accepting that both of them, are true, like simultaneously, and then you start to see that all these points of view are sort of true simultaneously, then you start to get a real understanding of nonlinear time. And I don't know, I just feel like this is sort of like when I explain things, this chart, see, this is my kind of like your Saturn square. This is like this is my enneagram, basically, my version of that, just like mapping things out and where things go.
So you essentially have 27 different things there, right?
So basically, I think it's about 31 like Zerfaxes total, and about 7 to 8 different channels. I think the thing about the Kid Zerfax channel is it's the same channel on both sides, so it's not distinguished by the two. That's how the two channels can like actually intersect and interact with each other, because it like interconnects them. But yeah, so really it's about 7 different Zerfax channels, each one. and each one has a different belief system associated with it. That is kind of, it goes along with the metaphysical implications of it, right? So, like, for example, the Neezerfax is associated with the atheist materialist Zerfax because this is also of logic, and the universe is very, like, you know, it's mathematical, it's provable. So it makes sense that people believe in that exists in this particular channel or frequency. And so each one of these has its different origin points, and then you have an overall more higher dimensional perspective on all of this stuff. And basically, as time goes, my understanding is that it flows from left to right. So it starts off here. So this is the Zerfax. This is basically the Zerfax of basically your physical universe, what you believe in. And then that kind of like pushes through here to the other ones, but also the flow kind of goes like this way and this way. And this triangle at the center represents the self. And the self is able, it kind of stands in between these two areas, the Zarfex interior and the indeterminate zone.
So what I'm seeing here is I'm seeing two categories. I'm seeing one category of 4 groups of 7, and I'm seeing another category of 3. And then on the 4 groups of 7, I'm seeing one is repeating itself. So there's 27 factors, right, with one repetition. So that just locks me into the 27 potentials in the right. In the 28, out of the 28, there's 27 different things that are used in 28 different ways. And then one of those things is repeated again in the big box, which is everything. And then there's another 2 things, but they are repetitions of the same thing again, right?
Mm-hmm.
So there's 27, then I'm seeing 28. It's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Because if I add in the other, then there's 28 different things being used in 31 different ways.
Mm.
28 things used in 31 different ways, or 27 things used in 28 different ways.
Right.
And that's quite interesting to think of the 31.
I think it's 31.
Because
16,
yeah, just looking at the numbers, the way it comes together.
4, 28. 31.
Yeah, 31. And then there's 2, what I'm seeing as the shape of a surfboard, but that's the same thing repeated, right?
Mm-hmm. Are you talking about this thing over
egg.
here?
The
Or
cosmic
this?
egg. Yeah.
This
I mean,
or
they've
this?
got different letters applied to them, but I mean the cosmic shape, right?
Yeah, the egg, right?
Yeah. That's an egg for a reason, I take it, yeah?
That just happens to be how it lines up. Like, it just happens to be an egg. I didn't plan on it that way, but
right. Okay,
it just
I
happens
get you.
to. That's just how it kind of fell into place.
Right. So then, in that case, we go from 31. Oh, sorry. In that case, we go from 31 to 29. Isn't that interesting?
Mm-hmm. I think what also is interesting to realize with the indeterminate zone, you have a sort of an even layout of Zerfaxes over here, whereas the Zarfax interior, which is more the mundane reality, you have these big, larger Zerfaxes kind of dominating the space, and you even see that a lot of these. So the idea is that, so for example, this is like a personal Zerfax. So the Azerfax is the Zerfax of sort of society, culture, and this is basically your like individual culture, and the U is more like a higher level of that. So this is like a collective culture or like a collective understanding. Likewise with the Neezerfax, this is sort of your logical mind, your framework, and the thoughts that you have in your intellect. Whereas this one represents the collection of all the thoughts that humans have ever come up with before, or at least your understanding of what all people know. So it's not just what you know, it's what you think Albert Einstein knows and Krishnamurti knows, or Jesus Christ, or whoever. And it's all these. So the idea is like, this is what a user facts, and that's kind of a it's like there's the individual and then there's the group version of that. So it's like a group dynamic. And then they all kind of like melt into each other like this and form into the Uzurfax, which is basically just like pure potentiality of like particles. So depending upon what you believe in, this Zerfax changes, and that creates, and sometimes it's like there's 4 different kinds of Uzurfaxes, and some lean more towards manifesting magical, and others lean more towards not manifesting magical, depending upon what you believe in. And the idea, what's really interesting, is that every time you fall asleep and go into dreamless sleep, this Zerfax basically just like pops and disappears. You go back up into the Feezerfax, which is sort of the quantum potential. And then when you wake up, a new universe Zerfax is then manifested, and then you create a new reality. So every day you wake up, you potentially enter a new universe with different rules and slightly different like potentialities. And you can kind of like use this like as divination, or like in the same way, like, you know, astrologers will, you know, pick a specific day to do a spell. You can also kind of use this understanding, okay, which, you know, particular, what Uzurfax am I in? Because there's also the idea of what's called the Vlidzerfax ratio, and that's this Zerfax right here. So the Vlidzerfax is the Zerfax of randomness, or it's the Zerfax that kind of scrambles things up and creates chaos, right? And the idea is that depending upon what Zerfax type this is, it'll make it so this has a strong or a weak effect. So if you want to manifest something into your reality, for example, you have to take it, your intention, from the indeterminate zone and then have it bypass this Zerfax, which basically kind of blocks it off. So if your intention is strong and your magical, you know, energy is powerful, you can bypass this Zerfax and manifest your intention here into the Zarfax interior. That's kind of basically how I sort of understand how magic works.
I can see how that makes a lot of sense. You know, I think though, like for me, I mean, I think there's a lot of ways that it can work. I when I consider it, I think of it as being that we're existing in a field of consciousness that seems like matter, and when we recognize that, we are not physical, then everything is subject to our will. And all of the magical things that we speak about are just triggers that we use to get to that point. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so when it comes to physical matter, the Fae think it has to do with this Zerfax channel in particular, the Feezerfax channel. So basically, this basically represents kind of like organic forms, like you know, life forms, organisms, even rocks, etc. And this is just like pure unmanifested quantum potential. So I think of it like this. So imagine you have a duck in your mind's eye, a yellow kind of like cartoon duck, right? And it exists in your imagination. And to bring it into physical matter, it's kind of akin to like taking that fluidic, dreamlike entity and sort of encasing it in plastic wrap. And so matter is essentially taking consciousness and enveloping in a black void wrap, like a marble, or like basically, or another analogy I think of, it's like, imagine you have a waterfall of like mud or sludge or some kind of like something that stains your clothing, like maybe like, you know, chocolate or something like that. And then you walk through that waterfall, you get covered in like chocolate sauce or mud or whatever. And that's basically how they think consciousness interacts with matter. It's like consciousness is here. It basically, and then it goes through the black sticky stuff, consciousness of the Feezerfax, goes into Zarfek's interior and then comes out as particles in the Uzurfax. And that's the idea. So basically it's like you're taking consciousness and condensing it into like a glass like canister. In a lot of ways, it's in the same way that you take like a djinn or a genie and you bind it to like a lamp or a brass vessel. That's how essentially matter is essentially manifested like that. It's like this wrapper or like a container that then gets filled up with consciousness and then creates a form. So I think it's something like that.
That's interesting. That makes a lot of sense in a way. And I'm sure that there's a lot of different ways to bring that into sort of actualization. But yeah, man, I see where they're coming from, and I reckon I think that this entire world is a Maya, So like, if I think it's like this, it's got to do with energy. Like if our energy is greater than what we focus on, we can control it, whatever it is. And that energy, what we were talking about, that inner golden spiral life force, that life prana potential, if we accumulate enough of it, then whatever we focus on becomes reanimated by that, depending on our desire and our intention and our saturation of it. And so if we can embrace like a large amount, so that Zerfax that you're speaking of, what's that Zerfax called?
The Zerfax.
Which one is it? What does it look like?
The one that's like a cross with like 4 circles on the sides.
Oh, there is a mouse on the screen. Okay.
Yeah, I see that.
Right, it's the cross one. Well, that's very interesting that they've chosen a cross, don't you think?
Mm-hmm. And it's interesting too because this correlates to this. So this is because it's physical and hard, it's connected by this cross. But here, the circles are no longer have a cross that's binding them together, and thus they can form something different and become fluidic. And because this is like a sort of cold fluid Zarfax. So the idea is there's solid Zarfaxes and fluid Zarfaxes. And the idea is that our Zarfax is partially solid and partially fluid. So the interior is solid, but this part is fluidic. And it basically, we're kind of at the muddy part where the dirt and the water meet together to create mud, which is interesting. That's where life forms form.
It's interesting when people draw a cross. Now that I think about it, it's interesting that when people draw a cross, they draw it like top to bottom, left side to right side. Now, if we imagine what that represents, right? The left side is a passive side in terms of our energetic system. And the right side is an active side according to our energetic system. So if we're reflecting that, we're sort of basing our anthropomorphic alignment of what we do outside of our bodies according to what's inside our bodies, then and the top side is active and the bottom side is passive, right? So the top side controls the bottom side. Maybe that's a very simplistic way of looking at it, but the top side is producing the activity that is encapsulated by the bottom.
Yeah, it's a relationship. So the idea is that this is kind of the Zerfax of form, but this Zerfax animates it. This is the principle. So I had in my other chart that the Zerfax would be associated in tarot with the chariot. So basically, if you think the chariot, that's the Zerfax, right?
The chariot is in the tarot.
Yeah, exactly. The tarot one.
Okay. So just looking at the way people will draw the cross, I'm going to show you another way of looking at that.
All right.
So if you're drawing a cross from the top down, from active to passive, and then drawing a cross from the left to the right, from passive to active, what you're doing is you're symbolically representing something, one thing, that's a single thing that moves from active to passive and moves from passive to active simultaneously. And it meets at the epicenter. Now, symbolically, what I'm hearing is a torus. Because a torus at the epicenter moves from active to passive and from passive to active. In other words, it's an oscillating field that is expanding and contracting simultaneously towards the center from the center. And that the center of that toric field is everywhere, and the circumference is nowhere. And nowhere, no space, is the center. So the outside becomes the middle, and the middle becomes the outside, and the contraction becomes the expansion, and the expansion becomes a contraction. And so that cross is like a representation of that toric field. So it makes perfect sense that the parameters of a torus are being described to me symbolically in that symbol, which is quite interesting with what you're saying about it. It's sort of, to me, that makes sense. Yeah, I find that really, really interesting.
Sure.
So we've been going now for 4 hours and 40 minutes.
It's been a long time.
I got to get the dogs out. I got to call the girlfriend. I'm going to see her tomorrow. So it's our day. Well, I usually do. I just get excited because I'm seeing my lady love, you know. So yeah, dear brother, is there anything else you want to throw on the table?
Not really. Good talk today.
That was a fun conversation. I hope you guys in the chat enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed it. It was a double fun convo. And hey, are you guys still hanging around a bit? If you want, I'll put on. If you want, I'll put a voice on from a conversation about sorcery. Only if you guys want. I think it's about 15, 20 minutes, something. Let me know in the chat if you guys are interested. It comes from a conversation, and if you haven't followed me on Telegram, you've missed out in all sorts of content. So okay, I will throw it on. I shall throw it on in the discussion panel so that I can phone my lady love before she goes to sleep and make a plan. But dear brother Cosmic, it's been an honor as always. And I'm sending you big love. I hope you have an absolutely great day.
On, man.
Always, man. Always an honor. And we'll definitely have to do like another an expansion onto this, won't we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe we can do some channeling sessions at some point. I'm thinking about maybe trying that out. I don't know how.
I'll tell you what. I'm going to interview you, just me and you. How's that sound?
Yeah, that could be fun. No, I liked it last time we did it.
Yeah.
Gotta find a good time to do it though.
Yeah, exactly. We'll just have to. We're on Telegram. We'll bounce that around.
We'll figure it out.
So hard. Well, big love, dear brother. Been an honor as always, and I will put on this.
Knowledge
thing.
is not wisdom, nor is it understanding.
All right. Peace out.
Om Namah Shivaya. Take it easy, dear brother. So I'll put it on for you guys. By the way, let me know whether you're hearing it so that I can be sure that it's being played. And let me see. Do I have a copy of the YouTube story? Do I have a YouTube here? Yes, I do. Okay. So there we go. Seem to have a YouTube on. It seems to be live. I just need to know that it's actually playing. So I'm going to put my volume off and I'm going to put it on. It's from a discussion about sorcery where I was in a conversation in a group and started pouring out. Anyway, Om Namah Shivaya. I'm here. I shall see you guys in a moment.
Understanding. Belief is not knowledge, so it is neither connected to wisdom, nor is it connected to understanding. For if one considers what is knowledge, knowledge is when wisdom is embedded within understanding. So wisdom is an expression of experience, and the experience of what is profound when it is applied to the principles of understanding, which is the ability to cognitively relate the various aspects of a model in terms of rational progression and the structure of the being. When one has the experience and the wisdom, one has knowledge, for knowledge is the child of wisdom and of understanding. Belief is something altogether different. Belief is when you take the leaves off of a tree and now you pretend that you know the tree because you have the leaf. You cannot know the tree by the leaf. You can know the tree by experiencing the tree. The leaf is a part of a tree. When we believe, we leave ourselves and our hearts behind. When we leave our hearts and ourselves behind, we leave true knowledge behind. For knowledge has a facet of experience that is applied for it to be considered true as knowledge. Beliefs are delusions. Beliefs are other people's ideas that have been understood without wisdom. To understand something and apply it without wisdom is to believe. Belief is the structure of illusion, and so it cannot lead to the truth. So whether or not one believes for, or whether one believes against, is of immaterial relativity. Immaterial, as in there is no matter that can be understood by belief or not believing. So if belief is the thing that you seek, delusion is the thing that you seek. For knowledge has nothing to do with belief. Knowledge has to do with experience. If it is true knowledge of sorcery that you seek, you should seek true sorcery, and the knowledge will come because the experience will flow. But while the mind is stretching its hands towards belief or disbelief, one cannot know, for one cannot have two masters. The mind either bows to the master of belief or the mind bows to the master of knowledge. If it is true knowledge that you seek, belief should have no place in your mind. The mind should be empty of belief. There should be no master in the master chair. The mind should be waiting for the master of knowledge to appear and take a seat. And when the master appears, knowledge will be there. It will be facilitated through the presence of mastery. This is the mastery of knowledge. Knowledge can only come when wisdom, once again, embeds into understanding, copulating to form the child of knowledge, which is the essence of being. So take all beliefs out of your mind, and you will surely attract the evidence of experience that will be able to answer the questions that you think you need answered. Knowledge is not wisdom, nor is it understanding. Belief is not knowledge, so it is neither connected to wisdom, nor is it connected to understanding. For if one considers what is knowledge, knowledge is when wisdom is embedded within understanding. So wisdom is an expression of experience, and the experience of what is profound when it is applied to the principles of understanding, which is the ability to cognitively relate the various aspects of a model in terms of rational progression and the structure of the being. When one has the experience and the wisdom, one has knowledge, for knowledge is the child of wisdom and of understanding. Belief is something altogether different. Belief is when you take the leaves off of a tree. And now you pretend that you know the tree because you have the leaf. You cannot know the tree by the leaf. You can know the tree by experiencing the tree. The leaf is a part of a tree. When we believe, we leave ourselves and our hearts behind. When we leave our hearts and ourselves behind, we leave true knowledge behind. For knowledge has a facet of experience that is applied for it to be considered true as knowledge. Beliefs are delusions. Beliefs are other people's ideas that have been understood without wisdom. To understand something and apply it without wisdom is to believe. Belief is the structure of illusion, and so it cannot lead to the truth. So whether or not one believes for, or whether one believes against, is of immaterial relativity. Immaterial, as in there is no matter that can be understood by belief or not believing. So if belief is the thing that you seek, delusion is the thing that you seek. For knowledge has nothing to do with belief. Knowledge has to do with experience. If it is true knowledge of sorcery that you seek, you should seek true sorcery. I have covered very base root introductory concepts, themes, and understandings in my first series 1 of the Bush Whisperers Speak series that you've seen me sharing videos of. That is stage 1. You can't reach stage 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 or 7 until you have stage 1 covered. And as with all things, the words speak on the surface, but below the surface of the words are the implications of the knowledge, are the implications that the mind can take and strive towards creating its own knowledge. So knowledge cannot be handed to you. Ideas can be propagated as seeds can be propagated in the soil of the mind and of the heart. And as they grow, the experiential pathway towards knowledge will be uncovered and opened up between all people, and the students will be able to gain that which is relevant and relative and important for the nature of truth to find its place in the heart. But belief is an enemy. So the first series I've just completed is 108 videos. As when you consider a pentagram, there are 2 aspects to the pentagram. There is the 108 aspects to the pentagram, and there are the 72 aspects to the pentagram. For when one considers the mathematics, math being the naked sky that bears the firmament, that covers the nature of reality, as the ancient Egyptians worshipped. This mat is fundamental to understanding mathematics, the nature of being. Numerology becomes the language through which all languages have found their base roots. So study numbers and much will be revealed to you. But realize that the mind will grasp and try to create beliefs. One needs to undermine the mental ability to create beliefs in order for the sphere of knowledge to be revealed. And so the first 108 videos are striving to undermine this belief structure, to propagate seeds so that people can generate their own growth of knowledge. For knowledge is an experiential path, and it's like a plant that grows, and you need to water it with the correct nutritional substances in order for the light to create the sugar in the plant. The light being consciousness, awareness, meditation. So fundamentally, if the student is interested in seeing the master, the student needs to prepare the way for the master. Imagine that you wanted to grow vegetables in your garden. You should prepare the soil. Start preparing the soil. Start preparing the ground so that the ground can be ready to receive the seeds. Then A small seed from another plant will act as your seed that will carry the nest of the rest of the propagation that requires building this garden that you wish. So then all you would need is 1 or 2 potatoes, and to cut these potatoes into pieces and to allow them to propagate, or 1 tomato, and to break this tomato into pieces and allow the seeds to come forth and put this into the soil, and of its own accord a small piece of knowledge would propagate much more knowledge of its own necessity, in the same way that vegetables grow from other vegetables. However, the vegetables could not be copied. They would need to grow in their own time, in their own way, through their own sphere. And only once these vegetables have grown, once the knowledge has started to take root in the consciousness, the evidence would start to appear and reveal itself, in the same way that the shoots would appear upon the ground and start to reveal the plant from which the nutritional substances would arise. In the same way the consciousness works. The tree is the emblem of as above, so below. The tree is the fundamental structure of this reality, which is why all the ancient traditions have always considered the tree as sacred. You could say that sorcery is something that one becomes. One becomes sorcery in order to experience sorcery. And in order to become sorcery, one needs to start to walk the path of sorcery. One needs to start to contemplate and consider deeply. Now, sorcery comes from other disciplines, which come from disciplines which come from disciplines. They all come from back in the early times, when the shaman was sitting in the jungles and the shaman was sitting in nature, considering and contemplating the structures of nature, contemplating the nature of the causal experience, considering the connection between the beings, to understand the proverbial chain of life, so that the chain of causal expression can be seen as an expression of the chain, for the chains are the fundamental structure upon which this universe is resting, and we are the fundamental chain running through this universe, manifesting the existence through our being. And our being is a chain of beings that are expressing the unity through diversity. And to understand the manifestational principles of life is to understand how unity becomes diversity. When one's consciousness starts to align with the principles that connect unity to diversity, miracles will start to become available to one. One will be attracted to the sphere where the particular miracles or the particular realities being shifted are to be seen, that are conducive to the nature of the growth of the seed of knowledge within, that the truth can start to become an expression of being. So fundamental is this experiential path that one needs to walk. If you're truly interested in understanding what sorcery is, go and sit in the wilderness, be in nature, observe nature. Observe the way in which nature's connection to you moves. Observe the telepathy between beings, between creatures. Observe the powers of the animals in the wild, in nature. Do not think of animals as subordinate or less than you. Understand that all things are created in a systemic, binary fashion that reflects the balance of all things, and that there is an equanimity of perspective necessary to understand the principles. And so equality becomes the fundamental guiding light for the consciousness. To understand that the ant is as important as the elephant, and that the germ in the ground is as important as the tree, and that all things are part of the structure of the relativity of being, then one will start to grasp the ideas of the relativity of consciousness. And the relativity of consciousness is reflecting all these relativities, for the manifestation of reality is the exuberance, the exuberating force of consciousness materializing. The electromagnetic spectrum is a manifestation of the life force spectrum, and the life force spectrum is manifesting through the electromagnetic spectrum the principles of magnetism and the principles of electricity. And when these two principles are bound in the state of harmony and balance, we have the potentiality which is creation as we know it. And life is what binds all of this. Life is what manifests all of this. So when we start to delve deep into the life force principle, we are starting to uncover the secrets of alchemy. The secrets of alchemy are from whence sorcery has arisen. Understanding the principles, the alchemical principles of being, means one has the ability and the knowledge to manipulate these different facets of the being in order to create the manifestational reflections on the physical level of the consciousness field. To change one's consciousness at will is to change the universe, truly. So we can realize that these experiences that we seek can be found in the wilderness, can be found in the forests, in the jungles, in the deserts. And when one enters into deep states of contemplation, considering the nature around oneself, with totality of consciousness, with totality of concentration, with the totality of awareness focused towards the balance of being, the balance will reveal all things. The great sorcerers can be found in the Taoist system. They are very adept these days. Although there are Taoist sorcerers, there are sorcerers that walk various different many paths. They all come from the fundamental stream of shamanism. And the shamanism is understanding the three principles of being, the three worlds, and the way in which the three worlds and the three principles of being are an extension of the consciousness field, which is essentially the chain of life, a chain of beings that constitute the nature of the self. For when you breathe, it is by the virtue of a group of collaborating consciousnesses, a group of beings that are in collaboration in order for the breath to be drawn, a group of beings in collaboration in order for your food to digest. The organs in your body are the extremities of a consciousness field, of a being. Each organ in itself is an entity. Each different form of tissue in your body is a different form of this being's life force manifesting as form. And to understand that there is this correlating feature between all of the things in your body and the fact that only 6 trillion of the cells in your body are your own DNA, and that the other 12 trillion, more or less, nobody counted, is essentially foreign bodies that help to create the synthesis and synergy of being. And the synergy of being is a reflection of the harmonies of life. So life is about cooperation. Matter is about cooperation. Consciousness is about cooperation, and matter is a cooperation between consciousness and form. And form is the extremity of consciousness. The consciousness field slows down to become form. And it is an accidental reaction. And this is essentially the causal field that is producing these accidents of being, as one could consider it. And these accidents of being are manifesting objects. But they all come from the causal principles, which is a manifestation of the inner emotional, mental fields reacting to each other. And when we start to spend time in the wilderness, we will notice this, observe this. The more time you spend in the wilderness, the more aligned your consciousness will become, and you will manifest, if not a metaphysical guide, an animal guide, if not an animal guide, a human guide. You will manifest someone in the flesh, or someone in the astral, or someone in the etheric, or an animal in either of these spheres, and this will become your guiding tutor. And the tutor will reveal much to you in the natures of the sorcery, in the natures of this reality's construction, and how to manipulate the forces within yourself in order to change what needs to be changed. But there is an obsession with people to get to the end. Sort of like when a man is obsessed with getting to the end of his sexual pleasure, he never fulfills a woman. When a man lets go of the end of that sexual pleasure and decides to focus on the process, that is when the man can teach the woman how to say his name in all sorts of languages very loudly, over and over and over again. And only then can you really fulfill a woman. And only when a man really fulfills a woman does he discover his true masculine power. And that true masculine power is found within the feminine part of himself. And so most men are inactive sexually, effectively. Most women, bless their souls, get minutes of pleasure instead of hours. This is because of this attitude towards reaching the climax, getting to the point. Getting to the point is not the point. The point is not the point. The point is everywhere. And when we realize that the point is everywhere, there is nowhere to get, there is no point to get to, there is no belief to know or unknow or understand or think of, we start to experience reality as it is. When experiencing reality as it is, harmonic resonance kicks in, and the vibrational field will put you where you need to be to see what you need to know, to understand how the nature of this reality has produced what you are.
Gosh, that was a lot longer than I seemed to think it would be. But anyway, you guys survived it. How you guys all doing? I hope you guys did enjoy it. I actually wanted to put on a piece called The Creation of Evil, but I'm only allowed 30 megabytes here. So I put on the 3 clips from conversations about sorcery. But if you go into Telegram and you go to @BushWhisperer and you find my channel, and you go into the audio. Oh, by the way, heads up, if you guys haven't found my channel on Telegram, you should have. You really should have. Do you like books on metaphysics, esoteric, and occult? Would you like to find like the biggest library you've ever seen in your life? Go and check it out. They're just there, ready for the download. So go and check it out. Go and take a look and see. You know, the @ sign in front of Bush Whisperer into a search bar in Telegram. I think there's 26,000 something odd books. Some of them are repeats because they're in a few different formats, but there's at least about 22 to 23,000 books. They're all on esoteric, spiritual sciences and the occult. So pretty much most books that you can think of that you might want to buy, that you might want to read, that you might want to get there, they're already. You just got to download them and it's free. So go and check it out. But there's a lot of other content there too. There's a lot of audio content there that you can't find, that you can't get. Audio, some of me, my music's up there. But there's also audio content that I've gotten from people over the years. Audio content from various different mystery schools that I'm not supposed to have. That I'm not supposed to release, but it is what it is. Life is short. It's not released to, you know, the bulk of humanity. It's a small group of people that are already interested in it. So you can go and find some really interesting audios on there as well. You guys are having quite the conversation here. Would it be great to wake up every morning forgetting who we think we are? It's an interesting concept. The act of forgetting who we think we are is the act of remembering who we are. Is it? Elon Musk. Because he thinks he's a musketeer. He's an alone musketeer. Where are the other 3? I am alone musketeer. I didn't bring my 2 friends. You know? Yeah, alone musketeer. He was in my school for a little while, by the way. I remember him as a boy. He was only there for a little while. He was an exchange student. He came to Sachs for a short while. And I remember this boy, Elon. And I remember thinking, like, is that boy gay? Sorry, I was a teenager. You know what I mean? It was an all-boys school. I didn't mind gay people. Like, I got on well with like the guys that were gay. I was fine with them. But I remember thinking to myself, is this guy gay? He was a very sensitive child. He must have been, I think he must have been like a couple of years older than me, if I remember. But I was quite wild. I was like, At 15, I was pretty wild. Maybe 14. Could have been when he came to the school. Could have been 13 or 14. I don't know. I was wild all the way through. But anyway, I hope you guys all enjoyed the chit chat, the show. And I'm sending you all big love and big blessings. Don't forget to smile. Keep it sweet. Keep it real. And I am actually starting the Enneagram series, just by the way, for those of you that are waiting for it. I've been very focused on work, and I'm actually having to sort out moving home at some point, which is going to be quite sad because I've gotten very used to the penguin sanctuary. But I'll be somewhere near the nature reserve, I'm sure, or near the sea or someplace nice, where there's trees or mountains. That's what I need: trees or mountains, or the sea, or both, or three, or all. All works out pretty well. Trees, mountains, and the sea. That's a tri bonus that I'm looking to manifest. But I'm sending you all big love and big blessings. Take it easy, keep it sweet, and thank you all. Dreadwolf, big blessings. D Love, and Salty, and Gaz, and Salad, and Carly. Favorite sorcery trick? What are you guys talking about? Favorite sorcery trick? I don't know whether there are tricks in sorcery. I think sorcery is like it's too saucy for tricks, right? Sorcery is too saucy for doing tricks. What do they call it? Doing tricks? Isn't that, it's a US version of like what people do, you know? It's quite cheeky actually. But yeah, big love to you all. Take it easy, keep it sweet. And for those of you that are still in the chat, hope you guys, D-Love and everybody else, hope you guys are taking it easy. Don't forget to smile. Life is just so incredibly short. You got to make the best of it. This is Bush Whisperer signing off. Om Namah Shivaya. Take it easy. And till next week, I'll probably be doing a show Monday or Tuesday. I'll be doing a recording next week with a guy called Reiki Zen. Look out for that. He's really cool. I like the guy. He's been on the round table like a few years ago. So yeah, going to be. And if you want to look in the videos, there's a clairvoyant lady that I interviewed. She's very lovely. She's very earthy. She's very authentic. She's very genuine. So I'm doing a series where I'm going to be interviewing loads of different people from different spiritually related walks of life, as well as therapy, herbs, all different sorts of related topics, metaphysically related, I suppose, in a way. So yeah, if you go and look in my actual videos, you'll see that's the last video that's there, because these are obviously in the live, not in the videos. But that was a recorded video, and I'll probably be doing a recorded video every week from now on as well. I've got my sights on a number of people. Sending you all big love, big blessings. Keep it real, keep it sweet, and Om Shanti. Don't forget, at Bush Whisperer in Telegram. And that's my actual profile at Bush Whisperer, actually. At Bush Whisperer Speaks is my channel, just so you know, just to correct that. So at Bush Whisperer, you'll find that's where you communicate with me. And at Bush Whisperer Speaks, one word, that is my channel where you'll find the library that I was talking about. Probably, I think, the best library I've ever seen. And I've been curating it over like decades. So anyway, Om Namah Shivaya. Big love, blessings to all of you. And hope you got what you came for. Om.